It's the Morning Drive on Mira Business FM. You can find us online on the website mirabusiness.fm, on YouTube and across socials. Give us a subscribe. We always appreciate it. Now to Dubai Air Show. Today we're going to be looking at one of the most exciting shifts happening in aviation and logistics. The Abu Dhabi-based LOD Autonomous is emerging as a global leader in autonomous cargo aircraft, and their UAE-engineered hybrid VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing Hilly, is now attracting major partnerships with Emirates, Etihad Cargo, Aramex and international operators across Africa, the UK and Asia Pacific. Now, joining us to talk about this and what it means for the future of cargo movement is Rashid Al-Manai. He's the CEO of LOD Autonomous. More than 25 years in aerospace and a career spanning national programs and global aviation projects. He's leading the UAE's push into next-gen logistics. Rashid, it's a pleasure to have you joining us on Mira Business FM.
Good morning, and the pleasure is mine to have me in your program.
Thank you. Congratulations, first of all, on everything that's going on. I know the air show is busy. I know we've got limited time. I'll try to stick to the script. But I wanted to start, Rashid. You've just conducted the first test flight of your aircraft, Hilly, at Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week. It's an autonomous aircraft, fully engineered here in the Emirates. It can carry, it's staggering this, 250 kilos, over 700 kilometers. How is this going to change the way goods are delivered compared to the way we do it right now?
I mean, our vision is to redefine the logistics, the future of logistics, and solve key inefficiencies in today's traditional logistic system. We have made a very detailed analysis before we start the program, and we have realized that the middle mile is the bottleneck for today's cargo supply chain. So today, the shipment, in order for it to reach or to be moved within the middle mile, it have to go through a very complex steps and phases. With the Healy, this aircraft will be able to move cargo directly from a regional warehouse to a distribution warehouse, directly without the requirement of moving to a complex infrastructure or an airport. So we are unlocking the speed and reach of air freight without the need of airports.
I can see by the smile there that, you know, there is a great deal of excitement. I've seen the press photos of the launch of Hilly, but it must be, I guess, pretty exciting when you get to this point in a project and you're starting to see that at some point very soon this is going to come into fruition. This is working. How does that feel?
I mean, for me personally, it's a realization of a dream that I started maybe 30 years ago when I initiated my education in aerospace engineering in the US. I worked in the US, and I always wanted to see an innovative project like this in the UAE. For the UAE, I think it's a national innovation milestone.
I think it really is. I mean, you've already announced major partnerships with, I listed a few just now, Emirates, Etihad, Aramex, some global operators. What do those deals mean, not just to you, but what do they mean for the future of cargo movement in this region?
I mean, when we initiated this project, we did not just want to come up with a high-tech aircraft. We looked into what are the problems that currently being faced by the cargo logistics companies, and we try to solve them in its core. So these projects or these signatures and these partnerships that we are establishing with these leading aviation businesses, just a testament and a validation that our solution solves their problems. And I can tell you, we have just started talking to customers only 2 months ago. And most of these companies that we have signed, either in the UAE or internationally, have just taken from us 1 or 2 meetings. And this just to validate how vital the solution that we are bringing to the cargo ecosystem.
Can I ask you a brief question about customers? We've seen an explosion of customers for automated logistics solutions in recent years. I mean, there are so many possibilities for delivery, and we're all kind of aware of that. If it's just a simple food delivery, for example, for a range of industries as well, e-commerce, freight forwarders, healthcare, companies in the UAE and beyond. Aside from the cargo operators, who are you talking to, looking to talk to, who may consider a service, like this that you're able to offer?
I mean, we'll always be this size of an aircraft will always be providing service to B2B kind of service.
Mm-hmm.
It will serve sectors, as you have mentioned, mainly e-commerce, pharmaceutical or medicine, offshore, and delivery to rural and humanitarian areas. Today, I think the e-commerce will lead due to the advanced demand and high demand from the e-commerce to deliver quickly. Secondly, there have been a lot of pilot projects either made here in the UAE or internationally for e-commerce. And I believe the e-commerce will lead and the other sectors will follow.
In terms of markets, Africa, the UK, Asia Pacific, a lot is expanding rapidly. Which markets might see real operations first, and why might that happen?
I mean, we all understand that the operation of these heavy air cargo logistics are today is restrained by regulations worldwide.
Yeah.
Today we see early building blocks by EASA or by FAA, but we don't have a global pathway for certifying or flying autonomous aircrafts. Here, it's slightly different in the UAE, where we are working very closely with the government, and the leadership is pushing to get the regulations established for heavy air cargo logistics. So personally, I believe the UAE will lead the race into getting those advanced air mobility, either passenger or cargo, before anybody. But that will see some operations in Africa and UK under experimental approvals.
What's the biggest question, Rashid, that businesses ask you when they first consider, just considering the idea of autonomous cargo aircraft is one thing, but what are the questions that you're facing?
I mean, it's the typical two questions that people in the logistics service want to know. How much it will take to connect a certain route, and what is the cost per kilogram per kilometer? And when we showcase the reduction in time and reduction in cost that we can provide versus the traditional long-haul aircrafts to do air cargo, people would end up signing immediately.
Let's look ahead a little bit. When do you expect Hilli to be operating regularly within commercial logistics networks?
Oh, there is a lot of hype in our stand. We are the most busiest stand as per Dubai Air Show organizations. But we need to realize that, yes, we have been working. We have delivered this project in 18 months. We flew last Thursday. That was a big achievement, a milestone to validate that what we have been doing is correct and working. But we still need to test this aircraft to validate safety and operational capabilities. So over the next 6 months, we'll do that. Following in Q2 of 2026, we'll be working with partners, as we have announced, like Etihad, Emirates, and others internationally, to enter into an experimental operation. So hopefully by Q2 of 2027, we'll see initial operating of the Hilli in the civilian airspace.
So coming to a town near you, Hilli, in 2027, perhaps even sooner.
You'll see it flying commercially in airspace close to you in next year.
Do you know,
under experimental operations.
Well, look, congratulations. Rashid Al-Manai is the CEO. He is the man, I guess, behind Lod Autonomous. Hilli is the aircraft, live from Dubai Air Show. Rashid, really appreciate you joining us. Thank you for being with us on Mira Business FM.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Rashid Al-Manai at Dubai Air Show, the CEO of Lod Autonomous. This is Mira Business FM. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott. We're live on the website mirabusiness.fm. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on Rumble. We're on Dailymotion. We're on LinkedIn. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. Take a breath. We're on X for news. info@mira.fm if you'd like to get in touch with the show. And whatsapp.mira.fm. Type that into your browser. If WhatsApp is loaded, the box will come up. You can get in touch with us directly. Subscribe. Let us know how you feel. Now, chocolate. Now, after the viral Dubai chocolate, we now have, or will shortly be seeing a lot more of Abu Dhabi chocolate. It's a new thing. It's made by the same chef who created the original Dubai chocolate, and he is here. Noel Katis is the founder of Snap. He is the creative brain behind the new chocolate, and I'm very pleased to say we're going to try some too. Noel, lovely to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today.
Very good to have you here. So, first question, I have to jump straight in because we have the chocolate here, but how do you create? What does it take to get a viral brand going?
I always tell them, like, to be viral, it's not really upon me. It's all about how the consumers would accept the product. So first you have to deliver a really good product that people come back for because it just tastes good. And that's the very basic requirement for a product to become viral. So I've been asked many times, chef, do me something viral. I tell them, really, it's a big ask and I don't want to be responsible, but let's make the community make it viral by giving a really good recipe in the first place.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, the impact that Dubai chocolate had it was huge. I don't know how to put it into words, so I'm not even going to try. Unique taste, that kind of, the crunchy kind of kanafa texture, the pistachio tahina cream mix. In reality, you kind of think, when I describe that, I'm thinking, that shouldn't work. But it does, and it works so well. So at heart, it's that little bit different, and I guess you can see from that why it exploded in the way it did.
Yeah, it's a combination of, I think people were waiting for something new in the chocolate sector. Everyone's probably bored of the same stuff. When they break it open, it's just a hard filling or nothing exciting color-wise. And now we're in the age of ASMR, and actually when the bar was created, it was actually about Instagrammability. So it needs to capture the imagination and also the aspect of it being something that you can capture easily with your camera because it just flows out and it has some elements that you don't know what it is. But when you take a bite, it creates the kind of crunchy sound. So that was actually the deal. So it was very intentional that we need to make sure we create something that actually has the Instagram, the Gen Z in mind, that they need to be able to capture the feeling and the emotion behind it.
I mean, it's very smart. But, the thing now is you have to do that again.
Yes.
So good luck with that. But it's so interesting to me because I've just had my niece in Dubai, and one of the things is it's no longer about, I need to go to the Gold Souk, I want to do the desert safari, I want to go to the Burj Khalifa, whatever. It's now, can I try some Dubai chocolate?
Yes.
That's what's happened.
It's a go-to thing right now. Like when they think about Dubai, the first thing that comes to mind is the chocolates. I think we've changed a lot of things here in Dubai, the landscape, because we're never known as a chocolate country, but now it has become like a source of inspiration.
City of gold, city of chocolate, country of chocolate. Maybe it's a thing that other countries should take to heart.
Right.
Maybe every nation should have its own chocolate flavor. I don't know. So you created the original bar, and you made a really kind of concerted effort to emphasize the aesthetic of the bar, didn't you? And it really was all about Instagram. So that kind of, the kind of green drip kind of thing there. Where did that come from in your head? How was the creative, what was the creative thinking?
So the thing that people need to actually understand as well is that the design of that bar, which is 2 centimeters thick, actually wasn't existent before. So actually I had to ask the manufacturer to make it thicker to be able to accommodate certain layers of flavor so that when you break it, you have enough filling that oozes out. So that itself was a decision that had to be made, which created this virality of the chocolate. But how it came together, it was simply an inspiration to do something for Dubai that's really very Dubai, that create a hype, but also a flavor that resonates well in the city. or in the region. And when I was in Jordan, prior to landing back here in the UAE, I was actually introduced to kunafa, and I take kunafa as a Arabic version of cheesecake. And I love cheesecake, so it became part of my core. Like wherever I go, I always bring with me some kataifi, those crunchy elements that are inside the bar. So this was actually the least expected flavor to fly off the shelf, because I've done other bars which are more complicated, like has cheesecake or other flavor profiles that are more complicated. But what I realized was that the simpler it is, the easier for people to accept and also to enjoy, because it's not hard for them to understand what's in there. But I think what caught them was the color green, and also those shreds of they thought was actually pasta, but it wasn't pasta. It was actually it's a phyllo dough.
It's a pastry, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
is.
No, I mean it's remarkable, because the thing with it is, I mean, look, I'm an old guy and I see social media and I think, ugh, pah. But I tried it and it's just tasty, and very often I guess the simplest ideas, the unexpectedly easy stuff, is the successful.
Exactly. Yeah, it changed the way I approach desserts from that point, because I realized that the more simple and easily understandable the product is, the easier it is to actually become acceptable by the market, because they don't have to collect other past experiences about the flavor. If it connects with their childhood memory, then it's easier to nail the flavor, or also to be able to be accepted by the market.
Kanafa is just
Yes.
well, you see it everywhere. I mean,
Everywhere,
it's
exactly.
Just, yeah, and it's delicious, and it kind of follows. How do you feel about all of the copycats? I mean, imitation is the sincerest kind of form of flattery.
Yes.
Obviously, there are so many. It's super popular. It's kind of inextricably linked with the Emirates. But how did you feel? How do you feel walking into a supermarket thinking, well, that's not the original, that's not the original, because it's everywhere?
No, in the beginning it was a bit. I had a bit of a conflicting feeling about it, because it was done since 2022. It's been a long time, and when you've always been behind many brands as a innovator, you develop a kind of imposter syndrome, where when you see it, where you're like, okay, it made it and I'm fine with it. But this one was different, because it's all over the place, and they made even versions of detergent that has a pistachio kunafa scent, perfume, soap, even what else? I would say even they put it on steak, and like pistachio kunafa on steak, like horrible. But people celebrated it in many ways, because they just want to be part of the whole movement. So I feel proud, of course, but at the same time, it makes me realize that all the consistency in your hard work, all the consistency in your passion brings it to some point where everyone celebrates it with you. So it was more of a validation that I've done something right in my life.
Do you know, it's a nice way to look at it, I think. It is. It's kind of nice to hear that. So now you're on a new venture. You are the founder of Snap.
Correct.
That's your own company, and you're working on a new chocolate. So I haven't mentioned anything about this chocolate yet, other than it's there. So talk me through the stages and how you get to finish up with the flavor that we can expect.
All right. So when I thought about doing something that's more authentic, something that's really more of paying homage to the country that I consider as my second home, I thought about a way of giving back. And since it was already, we were already talking about the virality of Dubai chocolate, and I said I think Abu Dhabi deserves its own pedestal in the chocolate world. And I've lived in Abu Dhabi for about 8 years. I was actually working as an in-flight chef for Etihad, so I was really deeply infused into the culture. And this took about a year to come up with the flavors, and I thought about the flavors that resonate well with the Emirati. So this is more of celebrating the Emiratis in a chocolate bar this time. So nothing to do with doing marketing stunts that make it viral, but actually I just want this to be deeply rooted and very honest. So it has flavors of, it depends on which generation the Emirati person is actually enjoying the chocolate. If they are enjoying a lot of Arabic coffee, when they take a bite, it would remind them of their afternoons with the family having Arabic coffee with dates. If they are the younger generation, they would remember the halawa, which is more of a sweet treat that has saffron in there, and also a little bit of honey. And if you are the new generation, or probably you're not from the Emirati community, when you take a bite, it would remind you of salted caramel, kind of like a Snickers, but an Arabic Snickers. So it has different layers, and actually people were saying, Chef, this is difficult to copy. I said, yeah, copycats would not be easily copying this, because I made sure it has layers of experiences and flavors. It took me a year, so that they know that it's really crafted for the simple purpose of celebrating the Emirati culture.
So you're not sharing this recipe with anybody?
No, even if I shared, they wouldn't know the composition, how many grams of each.
Is it like that though? Do you do that? Do you have to kind of, have you like got a copy of the recipe and it's in a safe somewhere, or how's it
not
stored,
really in a
or
safe.
a digital locker or something?
Digital locker, I think that's the term. I
Yeah.
made sure that it's really well protected. I am using a software, so it stays there. I share it, but of course now we do NDAs and stuff like that. But again, if people want to steal the recipe, they can. But the thing is, I am very specific with the brands I use, also where to source the saffron, for example. So even if they get a hold of the recipe, it may not have the same kind of flavor. It may be closer, but not really, because the soul is not there. It's just me, and it's my hand. So that creates a big difference between a copycat and myself.
Oh, and that's very important, I think, for something like this, because this comes from somewhere. It has a very particular taste, hopefully. And we'll try some in a minute. Hopefully, we can be honestly complimentary. I'm imagining we probably will be.
Yeah.
But it also, I hate to use the word soul, because I think that's kind of indefinable, but there is kind of a soul. If you know
Yes.
the person that's designed this. This is not design. This is creative.
Creative, yeah.
Hours of work and adjustments and
Yes.
this is work.
It's passion, it's love. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
different. You know, when you're cooking, when your mom or dad cooks food for you or breakfast, when it's out of love, it tastes wonderful. But if there was like a moment where everyone's unhappy, you have a burnt, fried egg or maybe a burnt toast. So that's how I would equate it with desserts. The same thing. If you are happy about what you're creating, you will feel it, because it affects everything you put in there.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the business of it before we try some. I keep looking, thinking it's very difficult to not take a dip. What can you tell me about the business, the investment in the business, and how you're going to scale production? Because, I'm guessing this should be a good thing. Abu Dhabi chocolate has a certain ring to it. Really?
Right. So I used to own a production outfit before, and I've learned along the way that it's usually not the best way to do it. If you're scaling a business, it's best to work with somebody who already knows the business of scaling chocolate production, because it just cuts down all the nitty-gritty of learning how to scale it up. So I'm partnering with strategic people who can bring it to life in just, let's say, a month, so that we can produce enough number of bars. So my snap is actually with in partnership with a manufacturing company who respects my creativity, and it's a Belgian chef out there in Abu Dhabi who's doing it for me, and for the simple reason that because he understands chocolate than anyone else. I may be good at creating the flavors, but he also takes up to a different level by scaling it in a way that he knows the quality will be the same from day one up to the very end. So that's my business model. Just work with outsourced people who are good in doing things better than you could, if possibly better than you. So you don't have to really figure out how to do it from day one.
Because chocolate's hard to work with.
It is hard to work with.
Temperature-wise,
it's very technical. So and getting a Belgian chef to do it, they are proud of their chocolate. So they will make sure that their product is taking a bit of themselves in that product as well. So that's my business model right now, to scale up, work with somebody who's really an expert, because it takes your business up in a very short time.
So this is completely different to Dubai chocolate in terms of the flavor and the look.
Correct.
Color. Your color palette is that salmon or
it's
orange?
Like a burnt orange, yes.
Like a burnt orange salmon kind of color.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get that out. I just want to ask you, while I'm looking at this very nicely packaged box, long term, where would you like to see? What are the long-term plans?
Long-term plans is really to make this, because right now this is a limited drop exclusively only in Abu Dhabi with Rain Cafe, who we partnered. And Rain, by the way, I was as well their consultant for almost 6 years. So they are homegrown, and since I have helped a lot of homegrown brands, it was right to partner with a brand that I've worked with for many years. So that's why we did this together. So you can only access it there for a month, and after that, we will be making smaller bars that are more accessible by many people, and it will be UAE wide and possibly even outside of the UAE. Those who are really curious about the chocolate flavor.
Okay, so Abu Dhabi chocolate is going to become a thing in supermarkets near us
Yes,
soon. All right,
soon.
Let's just open the boxes. So here's the. Oh, look at that! Let me just. Where's the camera?
You know
There's the
why there's gold in there?
well, I did expect some gold. I got to be honest, but so that's literally gold leaf.
24 karat gold.
24 karat
Yes.
gold leaf. Okay. I mean, of course, it's 24 karat
Yes.
gold leaf. It's a nice big thick bar. Let me just get this out of here. Oh, this is quite exciting. This is a bit like Eid or Christmas or something.
As we always say, if Dubai has pistachio, Abu Dhabi has gold.
Well, it works. And the chocolate, at first glance, the chocolate is lighter. It reminds me of a bar, a colour of a bar. When I was a kid, there was a bar called Karamak, which was kind of a caramel.
That's caramel, but
chocolate.
Salted caramel chocolate.
So this is salted caramel. What's it called on the label?
It's
Salted
called
caramel
amber.
halwa in 31% caramel chocolate.
Yeah.
Okay, all right then. Faraj, you ready for this? Faraj is. I always tell people that Faraj is behind a load of screens there working buttons. He's going to take a break from his online trading, which is what I think he actually does in the studio here. Let me just open this. All right then.
And a fun fact, by the way, we are on Dubai Air Show with this chocolate bar, so they're using it as a gift to all of the visitors of the air show.
It would be a very nice gift, I have
It
to
is.
say. There you go. It's a nice big piece of chocolate. Okay. So texture-wise, let me just see in the
It's
middle
different,
here.
yeah.
It is very different to Dubai chocolate. Oh, there is a little bit of that looks like pistachio. in
Yes, there is.
There's a little. So there's a little
Yes,
nod to
there is, yeah.
regional love of pistachio,
Exactly.
I suppose. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's not bad. It's not like a traditional salted caramel.
No.
It has like not a bitterness. I guess that's the saffron, like
El cardamom, maybe.
cardamom. That's what it is. Absolutely, it's got but it's not. It's not kind of in the back of your throat like a lot of cardamom can be. It's very. It tastes to me very Emirati. That's the first thing. So
exactly. And that's hard to capture, by the way. I had to give it to the older generation of Emiratis to get their nod of approval before I actually launched it, because it has to respect their culture.
And it does, but there is also some texture. There's crunch in there. Faraj, what do you think? I mean, you're just wolfing it down. You're loving this, aren't you?
Yeah. So just
I'll just have a bit more while you take over.
I mean, it's what is it called? It's reminding me of so many different kind of sweets and treats of this country, you know. So, I don't know what those sweets are called, but it's kind of like Emirati toffee.
Exactly.
Mixed with like a light layer of almost like this light cocoa.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm getting somewhere, Tim.
Yeah.
I'm getting somewhere.
Some people even say it reminds them of karak chai a little bit, slightly. So,
the cardamom. The
As
cardamom.
soon as you say that, you can sort of picture it. But there's a lot going on.
Yes.
It's quite a complex flavour.
It is.
So I now believe that it took you a year to do. It's very tasty, really very tasty. But it tastes lighter to me.
It is
in
lighter,
a weird
yeah.
kind of a way.
It's something that you. Yes, that's the idea.
31% chocolate. I don't know.
31% for the salted caramel.
Creamy as well. There's loads going on here. This is good. Our new resident food critic, Faraj, over there. The seal of approval, thumbs up.
Layer and layer upon,
I love it because it's nothing like what people have, I think, tasted.
Yes.
It's something completely different. Like I said, it's you just created Arabic toffee, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. Something
Apart
that
from
people know that's respectful of the culture, but at the same time you can still enjoy because there's some elements that are familiar, but yet there's other layers of flavor there that is more of experiential, in my opinion.
Good luck to the competitors trying to copy it as well, by the way. The gold leaf, I mean, it looks like a premium bar. Have you got any idea in terms of pricing, what it might be when it's actually on the shelves in the supermarkets or duty-free?
For this size, we are selling this for 100 dirhams.
Okay.
But when we launch the 90-gram bar, which is the usual snap bar size, it will go with the same pricing, like 40 to 45. So it will be the same retail price as any of our snap bars, but without the gold leaf this time, because it's gonna raise the prices really up, because now the price of gold is going up. So we want to make sure that it's accessible and for them to enjoy. So this is more of us celebrating it first, because National Day is coming up as well, and after that it will be accessible by everyone, like easily,
Okay,
affordable.
so this is you've launched, but is it soft launch? Is there going to be a big splash at some
So
point
it's soft
soon?
launch, and I think we're doing something for the National Day. More details on that soon. But what we've done here is actually us being on the Dubai Air Show with Royal Jet is a big thing, because they really loved it. So they carried it, because all the Emiratis went crazy about the chocolate.
Well, Katis is the founder of Snap. He is the creative brain behind the new chocolate. And Mira Business FM, this is The Morning Drive. We're live on the website, mirabusiness.fm. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Dailymotion, X for News, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. You can contact us very simply, info@mira.fm, or WhatsApp. Don't need the number, I'll give it to you, but you just need to type into your browser whatsapp.mira.fm, or if you'd rather do it the old-fashioned way, 522 789 567. A subscribe or a thumbs up or a like is always very appreciated. Now on the program, microdramas, TV microdramas, the business of that. Forget the $200 million budget for a 10-episode prestige drama, the series that we all binge watch these days. The fastest growing and most profitable corner of global entertainment is now built on 90-second episodes. It's a $1 billion market globally right now, and it's generating platforms that pull in $200,000 plus a day. Omar Sariaddin is the deputy CEO of 9 Yards Communications, and they're about to launch a local production in Q1 next year. Omar, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here, brother. Thank you very much.
Good to have you. So, look, this is vertical video content growing into a huge global market. It's disrupting, to use the correct vernacular, the streaming sector. Can you explain, first of all, why this kind of cheap and cheerful content is now, outperforming, prestige Hollywood drama? And also, give us an idea of the reaction of traditional studios and streamers, the Netflixes, the Disneys of this world, to what's become a very sudden, profitable challenge.
Very interesting question, brother. Very quickly, to put it in a nutshell, we are living in a heightened consumer market, more or less. And the demand for instant gratification is becoming higher and higher, especially with Gen Alpha and the new Gen that's coming up as well. Our partners in this pursuit for establishing this fund are pioneers in what you call the short dramas. And it's having an exponential growth for the past 10 years, not just in Southeast Asia, but all over the world, more or less. In Europe, it's gaining a lot of traction. In the US, it's already a boom over there. And definitely it's coming to the Middle East as well. So the demand for quick gratification and those kind of dramas is really at a peak at this time of the industry. And Mega Matrix, our Chinese / American partners, are really pioneers in that. They have perfected the art of short dramas to a large extent, and having really a huge success across multiple places in the world. And I believe having content specialized and tailored for the Middle East region will add a lot to the portfolio of short dramas. Already, it's in demand in the Middle East through multiple platforms, but there is nothing yet that is designed and curated for the Middle East region.
Well, this is the thing. It's interesting. I don't know a great deal about micro dramas. I'll be honest. I remember you signing the agreement. It was earlier this year. Was it Q1 this year? I think it was. You announced the agreement originally. I don't know much about microdramas other than being a little bit skeptical of it, but I took a step back, and I do this a lot because I realize I'm not right about everything. But I can see the attraction of this if you're sat on the bus catching up with the drama. I can imagine myself getting pulled into something like this. And I'm a cynical, grumpy old man. So this is something that's coming. And to anybody watching or listening at the moment thinking, oh, that'll never take off, this has taken off.
Absolutely, it has taken off big time, quite frankly. Unlike you, my friend, I'm not a fan of short dramas, to be quite frank with you. I'm at an age which I passed this phase of searching for quick gratification, quite frankly. But amazingly, for the new gen and a lot of the millennials as well, it's becoming a huge thing.
Right.
And the figures that I've seen of what's happening in Southeast Asia, which are their main market when they launched it, whether it's in Thailand, whether it's in China, whether it's in Korea, and so on, the traction is unbelievable, and the amount of demand is huge, really.
Microdramas don't necessarily rely on subscriptions. Some of them use kind of microtransactions. So, you essentially buy coins and that unlocks the next episode. Why is this pay-to-continue model proving, so much more lucrative than, traditional streaming subscription models? And do you see this as something that other the TV giants might adopt?
Quite frankly, I think we will come to a point. Well, it's very similar to the AI transformation now. Some people a couple of years ago were skeptical about where AI is going to go and how it's going to change the whole social, if I may, structure more or less. Now, no one is skeptical about this. It is changing. The truth is, no one can fathom the changes and implication of AI into our daily lives, into our work structure, into our social structure. But that's going to be massive, and day on day, it's growing, and it's getting better and better. And we're talking about general AI very soon as well. So it's very similar to that story, more or less. So yes, streaming, big giants of streaming service like Netflix or HBO are not yet giving it the attention it requires. But if you look at figures coming from streaming services from Asia, it tells a completely different story. And the interesting bit, my friend, is when they opened or when they started off in the American market. I have the figures and I looked at them. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the American markets will receive such a new format of dramas with such excitement and huge demand, quite frankly. So at some point, I believe definitely this traditional streaming services, now we can call them legacy. It's amazing how things are dated very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Legacy streaming services like HBO and Netflix, I believe they're going to be one of the adopters very soon.
Okay, so just how do we quantify how lucrative this could potentially be? These series are made very quickly. They're made very cheaply. What's the typical production cost for a full, 60, 80 episode microdrama series? And what kind of, return on investment are producers and investors seeing compared to a typical, a standard TV series?
That's an amazing question, quite frankly. So I'm going to disclose some figures. Yeah?
Okay.
Interestingly, a full series that ranges between 60 to 100 episodes costs something between $150,000 to $200,000. But supporting that, you have the main infrastructure.
Right.
And that's a key component. And when you factor in the cost, so if you want to start from zero without having the infrastructure, like, for example, studios that are already prepared for short dramas, whether it's writers, whether it's producers, directors, and so on, it's going to be a little bit of a hassle, I may say. But if you have the right infrastructure in place, the cost will not go with more than $200,000. Believe it or not, that's the truth, brother. And the interesting part is the cast. So you don't need to have those mega stars as cast to have your audience. Though I think at some point of time it will grab the attention of mega stars as well, but probably it's too early to do that at the moment. I guess eventually it will. Nonetheless, if you look at the cost versus the revenue that you're making out of this, I believe there is a factor of ×3 compared to traditional dramas, at least.
×3.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're starting to build up a picture of how attractive this is. I wanted to just look at a little bit of background very quickly to try to get a grip on how much of a hold this is taking, because Hollywood is getting in on this. This month, Fox announced an equity stake in Holy Water, which is a Ukrainian verticals company. They own the My Drama app, lots of shows there. Last month, Miramax CEO Bill Block revealed a new venture, Gamma Time, which is a microdrama app. Kim Kardashian is and her mother, I believe, are investors in that. In August, Microco started up, so they're looking to bring Hollywood know-how to this kind of burgeoning format. You're doing it in this part of the world, looking very much at the MENA region, this kind of part of the world. Again, I'm kind of staggered at how much this is catching on, and I feel as though, I have to be honest, I'm kind of catching up, Omar.
It is true. It is. It's coming with a vengeance. Quite frankly, there is a lot of companies that are trying to invest in this. Even our partners who are listed in New York Stock Exchange, they are. It will be announced very soon that they're gonna acquire one of the short drama companies that exist in the US as well, to strengthen their grounding in the US market. So there's a lot, yes, there's a lot of action that's happening. But I think in 2026 and 2027, you're going to hear a lot of news and a lot of buzz around short dramas in the US market specifically, and in the UK market as well, to a lesser extent, I would say, in the European market as a whole. But yeah, if it gains traction in the US, I believe it's gonna get a stronghold everywhere else.
Well, let's just consider that for a moment, whether it, if it does gain traction in the US, and look at some of the figures. By some estimates, verticals are set to make over $3 billion outside of China. And the best, guesstimates that we have for that at the moment, something like 1/10 of that is within the US. So, to me, that's a platform that something is really beginning to work from. I think that's a very easy thing to read. What's really interesting, again, is the catch-up that we're all doing. Many of us won't have even seen a microdrama or paid them any attention. Lots of us won't even know what a microdrama is, but it's already $1 billion industry. Would it be fair to say that if this does really catch on, takes fire, if you like, in the US, that we have a whole new entertainment format beginning? Is that even a reasonable statement?
That's a very reasonable statement, without any doubt. I believe this is part of the future of entertainment. It's no longer a guess, as long as this is gaining such traction. And the truth is, my friend, that we cannot negate the influence of AI on cinema. It's going to be tremendous. Okay. I'll give you an example that will put things in a clearer position. So, one of the projects our partners are working on, actually they finalized it, which is an AI with machine learning that technically, from text to video, direct production. So, for example, there's a very famous anime kind of series that's very famous in China. Each episode used to cost something around $10 to $15 million, and it took something around 3 months to finish each episode. It's very famous. Through AI, technically, you can do it pre-production and post-production something around a week to finish it. It's a proprietary AI tool that allows you technically to create videos directly from text. So the actual platform, it understands the characters, to understand who they are, how they act, how they react, how they walk, how they talk, all those details are fed into the system. So when I say that character X is fighting character Y, for example, on the surface of the moon, and they're using their primary weapon and their secondary weapon, and so on and so forth, it almost instantly it produces the animation on the other side. And I believe this AI power, I would call it, it's gonna even give short dramas much more steam to move ahead even faster.
It's well, it's interesting. It's ever so slightly scary, but interesting. So this is no fad. The microdrama, short drama idea is no fad. We have seen this before, Omar. Quibi, it was called, I believe, was similar content for mobile devices. That was what, 2018. It raised billions of dollars. They had an experienced team. Demi Lovato, I think, was contracted at one point there. But that didn't work. Is that because we just weren't ready? I don't know. We didn't have the data packages on my phones. Why do you think that was?
Well, if you put the interesting bit is that the Asian market, specifically the Chinese market, this is where it all really started, more or less, and the Korean markets. The Chinese market was exposed to this format long time before the Western market was. And I'll give you the data from the past 2 years, for example. So there are two reasons. Let me continue by telling you there are two reasons. First, there was a major, I would say, lack in platforms that technically provide such a format. So technically, if you want to subscribe to fairly good content platform that provides such format, you have to go to Chinese or Korean platforms, mostly. But now, those platforms that didn't exist back then or properly existed for political and non-political reasons in the US or the European market, they do now exist. And they are producing content that is relevant to the European market and the American market. And that's the interesting stuff. So the accessibility is there, the platform exists there, and the content that relates to the consumer is there. Those 3 points, which weren't there in 2018, are there now. They exist now. And this is why I believe the massive growth year on year, and especially in the American market, we can see it in our reports almost every week. There's a huge jump from one tier to another.
Let me ask you about virality of advertising, of content a little bit. A lot of this content is promoted, there are short form ads on TikTok, for example. What's the strategy behind this kind of marketing? It's very aggressive. Does the low cost of content production allow you to sustain a higher cost of user acquisition in a market like the MENA? I mean, the MENA is a competitive market.
Absolutely. Well, that's a question I like, quite frankly. I love this question. Look, let me start by putting it this way. The MENA in general is extremely rich with a lot of stories that no one knows about, really. Yeah. And we don't tell these stories to the world. There's a lot of stories that's happening here, a lot of things that historically took place in the MENA region. And it's the land of stories. The Middle East is the land of stories. And people don't know much about the Middle East, except few non-pleasant things and few extremely pleasant things. But the reality of what the MENA region is about is still untapped. So this is one of the reasons why we jumped into that, because the stories that can emerge from the MENA region are relevant and will resonate with anyone, really, with anyone, because they have human universal values that can really touch anyone, more or less. This is one of the reasons. The other reason is, yes, the cost of acquisition per customer is way less than what you might call the more traditional platforms. That's very important. And TikTok definitely played an amazing role in promoting this platform across the board. So yeah, there are some. It's a multivariant equation, I would say. Why this investment makes sense uh, is because of so many things just fall in place at the right time. And I have no doubt in my mind that eventually, in 1 year or 5 years, I can't tell exactly, this is going to be one of the main formats of entertainment that exist on legacy streaming services and the new upcoming services as well, or platforms.
So you've partnered with a giant Chinese entity to bring this model to the region. Production starts Q1 next year. What does this bridge between here in the UAE and Asia mean for the growth of local Arabic language microdramas? What are the, I guess, challenges, cultural challenges and opportunities if you're going to localize, this kind of, let's face it, it's hyper dramatic content?
Absolutely. Now, the interesting bit is that, and to be frank with you, brother, I didn't expect that really. So, one of the major concerns that we had is whether we have proper writers, script writers, and so on, producers, directors that can cope quickly with such a format. And to our astonishment, there is a lot of writers that are very well familiar with this format, and they produce some really relevant and excellent content. And I believe we have already bought some of the rights for some of that stuff as well. And our team has been working with some production companies across the MENA region, from Egypt to UAE to Saudi and so on, and they're extremely familiar with that. And that came to me with an a wow moment. I didn't expect that, quite frankly. Even our partners, the Chinese, didn't expect that. And this was one of our major concerns: to what extent we are capable to produce Arabic content that will resonate with the people of MENA region, and also within the format of the short dramas. But I believe that challenge is not a big deal. We're bypassing that.
But it's worked to a certain extent with, some of the podcast entities around the region. I've done work with podcast companies who produce content, tell stories in Arabic here in the UAE. I've worked with a company who work out of Jordan, and they're doing the same thing, and they're seeing real pickup for content. I mean, simply put, there is not enough content online in Arabic.
That's so true. Let me ask you a question, please.
Go on.
When was the last time you binge watched a 45 minutes to an hour episode series?
The honest answer, I very, very rarely binge watch. I don't have enough time really to watch that much TV, but no, it's been a while.
Exactly. Quite frankly, if you look at most people who are part of the workforce, they don't have the luxury of time to go and watch and binge watch those long series, long episodes, and so on anymore. But if they want to watch TV, they want something that entertains them and give them that, quick, quick dopamine. I would say dopamine.
It's a little bit of escapism, isn't it? Very much, I think. TV watching. It's a way of kind of losing yourself, forgetting the pressures of the day for a lot of people.
Absolutely true. And maybe you need a healthy dose of that on a daily basis, probably. But definitely, you cannot spend each night 3 or 2 hours binge watching a series on TV. If you are being serious about your life, anyways, it's impossible to do that. And this is one I discovered. My sister is a working lady. She works like 9 hours a day, And I discovered that my sister is watching Korean short dramas, and she's been doing that for the past 2 years. And I was shocked when I learned that my sister is doing that already, and she watches probably more or less half a season each single day, and that's in few minutes.
Mm. Your sister, Omar, is ahead of the curve, obviously, which is kind of cool. Look, microdramas, they target sort of commuters, people who are on a short break generally, if you're time constrained as well. Is this a niche market? I guess at the moment it's very much that, but is that the way it will develop? Or is it fundamentally challenging and changing, consumer attention spans? Is it going to force the giants, the Netflixes, the Disneys, the, I don't know, NBCs to rethink content lengths and the way they deliver the entertainment that they produce?
Tim, I think there's a fundamental difference between streaming services, the ones that you mentioned, and short dramas. Well, when you produce a piece of content for Netflix, for example, the longer in terms of time, the better is for the platform, because technically they want to fill up time at the end of the day. So they operate by the mindset that the more time I have as a platform, the more I can give to my consumers. So uh, it's more or less a business decision that makes sense from the economical point of view. So they have these platforms with so many different productions, and the more time they can put on air, the better it is for them and for consumers. So sometimes I have Netflix since years, and I can't remember when was the last time I watched a series. But at the same time, I'm seeing that the episode per series time is getting longer and longer and longer, and that's due to that fundamental difference between the traditional streaming services and the new ones. And I don't think it's gonna change instantly, but I think that there's gonna be a massive improvement in introducing short dramas into these platforms. Though it cannot serve the purpose that they want, but it's like bitcoins. You like it, or crypto. Sorry, you like it, you hate it. It is out there. It is out there. No one can stop it. So I think this is the only reason that will make such giants adopt, even though slow on a much slower pace, this new format. While other formats or the new formats that are geared for short dramas, uh, you find that this is the main content they provide, and everyone on their platforms is seeking this type of content. And you see now there's a huge migration from those traditional streaming services to new platforms that are mainly geared for short dramas.
Mm. Uh, let's look at the inward, at the UAE for a moment. Reports suggest that this industry is accelerating towards a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's what we've seen so far. Given your partnership and your fund, how's the UAE, do you think, Omar, positioning itself as a production investment hub for what somebody, a wag has termed this microdrama gold rush? And what long-term economic impact might this have on the creative economy here in the Emirates?
Lovely question. Uh, Two parts to answer this. First of all, there is a massive infrastructure for the in the UAE that can be leveraged big time for short dramas. Really massive. And there's a system that, especially in Abu Dhabi as well, they have as a rebate for production in the UAE, which is a very interesting system, and it makes production much easier in terms of costing. And there's a lot of support and a lot of cash rebates as well.
Yeah.
This is one part of the formula, and the other part is the UAE is a bridge between cultures and different cultures from around the world. And such an amazing country, you have 200 different nationalities living in the UAE. So it's really the land where everything is living together harmoniously, and that you don't see it in a lot of places around the world, especially to that extent. So I think inherently the UAE is culturally geared to receive such a new format, new content as well, and they have the right infrastructure that can speed up the process of production on many different levels. I believe it's one of the most interesting markets in the world to launch something like that, not just for the region, but could be also to the world. And this is our long-term plan as well.
It's going to be fascinating to watch this develop. You announced your partnership earlier this year, production Q1 next year. You're apparently, I believe, going to be venturing into film production as well. But what's the status now? When is production? I mean, I guess production's ongoing, but when are we going to see microdramas filmed downtown on the creek, in the Louvre, or the Gold Souk?
I believe, brother, I believe in the mid to end of Q1, we're going to start actual filming. We are in the process of finalizing the fund at ADGM. More or less, all the other stuff are in place because we have very experienced partner on that front as well. So they've done that for many years, and it's easy to just pull all the pieces together. Once this is done, I believe we're ready to mobilize and move fast.
Okay. Final question for you, personal question for you, Omar. Favorite TV show?
That's a good one. Gosh, favorite TV show. I don't have a favorite TV show, quite frankly. I don't watch TV.
Okay.
Sorry, brother, but that's the truth. I don't watch TV.
I was hoping for a Sopranos or a Breaking Bad or something, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Omar, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. Omar Sariaddin is the Deputy CEO at 9 Yards Communications. Thank you for being with us on Mira Business FM.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Have a lovely day.
Andrew, good to have you here. TV microdramas. Forget $200 million budgets for a 10-episode prestige drama. We now have a new billion-dollar market globally, and it's on your mobile phone vertical. Omar Sariaddin joining us at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. Good morning. Welcome to the Morning Drive. It's very easy to watch us, to listen to us. The website is mirabusiness.fm. You can also watch and listen on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. There's news on X. There's probably more. My memory bank's just not big enough. info@mira.fm to email us and to WhatsApp us. Very simply, no need to remember any numbers. Just type whatsapp.mira.fm in, and that should bring up the dialogue box to get in touch directly. Subscribe, let us know what you think. It's always appreciated. So we're talking, I didn't even know what category to put this under this morning, but test beds, really, I suppose, is where we're going to start here. Urban Lab at Expo City is a real-world testing ground, and it's where new ideas for city living are tried out on actual streets and in real communities. So if you were looking to cool streets a bit more, reduce traffic, maybe improve energy use, that kind of thing, what the Urban Lab is doing is exploring what the future of urban living could actually feel like and what it means for all of us. So, here to explain what that means is the Urban Lab VP, Amy Hohodl. Amy, it's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure to be here.
Good to have you here. So let's start with what the Urban Lab is. I think that's probably the best place to start this. And why does Dubai need the Urban Lab?
Sure. Well, if you're from Dubai, then you've probably heard of Expo 2020, and hopefully you had a chance to visit it. And when we won Expo 2020, His Highness said, we're not building an event location. We're building a city that can house an event.
Yes.
So in his mind, he always had this future city. That's what that location would be, a proper, full city, but a city that represents the future. So it would carry forward the legacy of Expo 2020.
Okay.
And it would carry forward the legacy of COP28. So a sustainable city, one that is looking at how can people have a seamless experience, have good living, livability, clean air, easy mobility, all of those things. This is what the vision was for Expo City Dubai, and is. And now we are becoming that proper city. People are moving in the next year, we're expanding, we have businesses there. So it's time to bring those innovations into the city space. What does the future city look like? If we go to the marketplace right now, we'll get what's in the marketplace. How do we picture what the future city looks like? We have to test it. And it's important to test things in a living environment because there's lots of test beds around. You can have a mobility test bed somewhere in a nice safe space so you can test mobility. That doesn't tell you what happens when it's the school crossing or cat runs into the road, all of these different complexities of a city. Cities are absolutely complex and chaotic and unpredictable. So if you want to test the future of living, you have to test it in an actual city. And this is what we're doing now at Expo City Dubai.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually, because looking through your website yesterday, the phrase real world turns up a few times and testbed turns up a few times. And I started to realize, so it's a real world testbed because, I'm good at putting two and two together, Amy. But it's so interesting because I think back to, you mentioned Expo 2020 there, into 2021. And I did some work at Expo and I went to Expo a few times, like so many people did. And I kind of thought, oh no, here we go. This is going to be a nightmare. But it absolutely wasn't. It's very well served by the Metro. And when you take into account that it was also COVID at the time, which added a whole other layer of hassle on for the organisers, for the government, for the people that went there, it was pretty smooth, I have to say. And I don't want to just be a sucker, but it was. And so you can see that, this was a master plan. And we're starting to see now, aren't we, developments in the area around Expo City. Maktoum Airport, of course, is going to be there. So you can see the joined-up thinking here.
The World Trade Center will be moving out there. Big things like GITEX are going to be happening there starting next year.
Exhibitions, that's right.
Big exhibitions. So it will be the new future center of Dubai. Everything is moving in that direction. For those of us who live here, we know that. I think what's really interesting is that we built a pedestrianized city in a very hot climate. So if you were at Expo 2020 or COP, you walked around the city. There were no cars, and it remains that way, the central business district. So you might think, well, that's crazy. You build a pedestrianized city when we have 45-degree summers. Nobody's going to want to walk around. The reality is a lot of cities are facing that challenge. Rising temperatures in cities all around the world. So what we want to do is look at the challenges that a lot of cities are facing and show how we can address them at Expo City Dubai, because we can make it work at Expo. Like you said, we've integrated the metro, we've integrated pedestrian streets, we've integrated urban cooling, nature-based solutions. So if we can show that we can do it at Expo City Dubai, then we can help other cities know that they can do it as well.
I mean, it's kind of for some reason in my head, I've got New York, New York. Not for the city, but for the song. So if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. But, that's kind of the mentality. It's that kind of leading mentality. Because this is not the Truman Show, is it, that you're trying to do? This is a test bed where, cities and companies can kind of get together, and I suppose academia as well, and collaborate and look at solutions. And, if the cat does jump in front of the cart, maybe there's a solution.
We have a lot of
for
cats
that.
at Expo. So,
Yeah. Oh, well, good to know. Is there any particular reason for that?
It's a
Just
great
thing?
city to be in.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
great
Okay.
place
Well,
to be.
cats know, don't they? I know. There's something in that. So you're billed as like the new center of gravity. I think that was the phrase I saw for Dubai's future economy. So it's a free zone city. You're going to innovate. You're going to test. You're going to scale the future of urban living in real time. So it's kind of a partnership kind of deal, isn't it, with the entities that are going to come in and say, look, I have a solution for this. Is that how it works?
It's exactly right. So a lot of times we talk about this intersection of cities, government, and academia, and we think, well, that makes sense. We want cities to understand, partner with industry, and we want academia to be bringing in new ideas. Very rarely do those three get together and do it well.
Well, when I saw that, I thought, how's that going?
Yeah.
But how do you make that work? I mean, you have to, obviously.
Yeah, well, this is part of the test bed. So we're not just testing things, we're changing the way cities are run.
Right.
So we're giving the space to make the zoning easier, to make permits easier. The Urban Lab plays a role in being the facilitator to bring those groups together that normally don't come together and sit in a room. So there's an incredible amount of intellectual property that universities have waiting to get to market. They don't get to market. There's a lot of startups that are brilliant in Dubai's incubators. Dubai has dozens of accelerators and incubators. They don't get to market. They don't scale. Why is that? Because they haven't been tested in the live city space. We haven't brought the right three partners together to say the city, industry, and academia are going to support this. We're going to test it so that you can actually see it. Oh, that's interesting. Now people want to come and invest in that. Now other cities want to scale it. What we're trying to create is an innovation-based economy that's based in real challenges that cities face, rather than the way that for the past 20 or so years that big tech has been selling to cities. We want cities to say, this is what we need. You bring it to us based on what we need, not on what you want us to buy.
Okay. Before we get to some of what you're working on or looking at or considering, what aren't we doing well when it comes to the way we live in our current kind of urban environments? Is there something that stands out there that is a particular bugbear, maybe, or something that really need? But there are many things that need to be solved. But what's the big one?
I would say I've worked in a lot of cities all over the world. I used to work for mayors, I worked for members of Congress, and in all of these systems, the biggest challenge is bureaucracy. It is bureaucracy, because we can get tied up in knots trying to make sure we've got all the right paperwork done and process. And processes are important. We have to have rules to what we're doing, but bureaucracy is different. And at Expo, there's no place for bureaucracy.
Okay, so basically it's getting on with it, isn't it?
It's getting on with it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is all about sort of community needs, business needs. The needs of real people. That's what is driving the projects, I guess, that you're going to take on. What real world problems are you focusing on right now? Have you got any examples of things that you're thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of the big challenges that Expo has, Dubai has, cities all around the world. Our cities are getting hotter. Urban heat is increasing. How can we keep our cities cooler? How can we cool them back down? It's obviously about climate change, but we have a very real challenge and need in our city. People want to sit outside at a restaurant, but they can't. So we are looking at various solutions to test in a live environment. There are green solutions, things like biophilia, that when the air moves through it, it cools the air. There are lots of different solutions like cooling fog, cooling mist, shading, airflow, all of these different things before we default to, let's put one of those big outdoor air conditioners there. Let's not do that, right? This is
Right, okay.
this is what we want to do at Expo. We want to show the art of the possible.
So you're not anti-air conditioning. You're just, you don't need quite as many.
In the summer, we all love air conditioning here.
Oh, don't we?
But if I want to walk, if I want to sit outside and have a nice meal, I should be able to.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm with you. Okay. And I mean, it comes down, doesn't it? It's thinking things through and getting on with things. Because if you design streets in a particular way, you can create shading just by the way the street map is laid out, for example. I know Masdar City and Abu Dhabi have done very well with that. So, it really starts at the, pre-urban planning stages, doesn't it?
It does. And truly, it starts with the needs of the people that live there.
Right.
So we've got amazing master planners that will come and show you the future of master planning. We've got entrepreneurs and tech experts that can show you the fanciest gadgets around. What is the challenge they're trying to solve? There was this really eccentric architect named Cedric Price.
Okay.
And he had this famous quote that said, technology is the answer, but what was the question? What's the question we're trying to answer? So that's where we have to focus.
And it kind of starts with our phones, doesn't it? There's 1,000,001 apps. Sometimes I look at my phone and I think, rather than using it for something, I'm looking for something to do with it, and that's really the wrong approach. Note to self: stop doing it. So, how does turning you have a functioning city at Expo City? It's a popular place to go. There's lots to do there. There are events there. How do you turn a city that is currently functioning into a live test bed? How does that work day to day?
Very carefully. And I say it true because people are there, right? So we're looking at solutions that are near market solutions. They're ready to be engaged with. We're ready to be tested by people. So this isn't, oh, I have an idea for a different type of mobility, let me go test it. You're not going to test it in Expo where we have people, children, animals. We're looking at near market solutions. So when you come to test, we're looking at partnering with people that have solutions to an existing challenge. We have, we want to be able to prove that your solution works in a live environment. As much as we want to know it works, you'll want to know it works. You'll want to go on and scale it. So we start with a baseline process. What was the temperature before we tested these cooling solutions? What's the temperature at different times of the day, different times of the year? We measure all of that. So it's a very scientific process that we go through whilst ensuring safety and livability.
Aside from, climate is clearly the big one for us here. Just to be able to sit outside of a restaurant in June would be quite a nice thing. It's very bright in Dubai. It's very sunny. You fancy being outside, but, you don't want to fry. It's a familiar problem that we all face. But have you got any examples of any other projects that, we would immediately understand that you're working on aside from that?
So I'll give you an example of something you just mentioned. You're on your phone all the time. You have too many apps. What if you could travel through the city? And this is not AI, this is not future thinking. This is something we're testing right now. What if you could, you bought tickets to go see something at Expo. You're going to come to Terra Pavilion and see one of our exhibits. You went online, you bought a ticket, and you arrive at Expo, and Expo knows you. So the city is intuitive. We have thousands of cameras, facial recognition, all of Dubai does. So you've arrived at Terra, you've parked at one of our parking lots, and a buggy arrives. Ah, Tim, you're here. Welcome. Because it knows that you're arriving. You didn't have to take your phone out.
Oh,
right?
felt like a VIP for a change.
There you go. The buggy says, hey, you have tickets for Terra today. On our way. We want to stop for something to eat first. You go to Terra, you walk through the doors. Nobody's checking your ticket because it knows you. You've bought the ticket online. It knows who you are. The city becomes intuitive. If you're late arriving for something, so the same thing applies for me if I'm going to work. Say I'm caught in traffic. Imagine that in Dubai. I'm caught in traffic, late to drop my son off at school. I'm going to miss my first meeting. I'm trying to juggle all my apps. Oh, I've got to reschedule the meeting. I've got to rebook a new room. No, the city knows me. The city knows I'm running late. The city knows that we're going to book her for an hour later for that meeting. So you can have a seamless city experience without ever taking your phone out of your pocket. This is not 10, 20 years in the future.
This is now.
This is now. Yes, you can arrive. You'll be able to test this shortly at Expo. Have a wonderful day. Go to see one of our exhibits. It knows when you're ready to leave. There's facial recognition. The buggy is there. It takes you to the restaurant. The restaurant knows you have a peanut allergy. So it gives you a menu that's safe for you or your child to have. And then you're off again. And you think, I want to come back here. Definitely.
Wow. Okay. That's impressive. Does that work? Is that happening now?
This is happening in several places around the world, and we're partnering with one of the largest companies in the world to make this happen. We all go to the Dubai airport. Have we walked through the gate without pulling out our passport? We have. It knows who we are. It picks up the chip, or there's facial recognition. If you go through the Abu Dhabi airport, you don't even have to go through immigration anymore. It knows who you are. It logs that you've entered. It picks up your passport, and you're done. I'm off on a flight in a couple hours here, and I'm going to walk right through. It's going to know who I am.
Okay. So in lots of countries, people always counter this with the privacy argument. The government knows too much about me. And my answer to that is always, look, they know anyway, so don't worry about it. If you've got a driving license, you're in the system. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But there are legitimate concerns, I think, with the way data is handled and the way data is valued, and privacy concerns over, particularly the way it's used for marketing purposes.
Absolutely.
If you don't tick the right box. So I suppose that's an element of this, but. That aside, if you can make people's lives easier.
This is it. What if we can give you time back? What if your life becomes easier so that I'm home earlier by 20 minutes and spend that 20 minutes with my son? If technology can make my life easier, then I will opt in. People have the option right now, opt in, opt out.
Sure.
What do we want to do? And we're going to make choices, and this is going to be a compromise, especially as we move into the future and more applications with AI. How much do we want to engage? How much do we want to share? And you can choose to share less.
Well, if there is an opt-in situation, that's reasonable, I think. How do you decide at Urban Lab which ideas or technologies are worth testing? What's the process for, I don't know, vetting, I suppose is the word?
Absolutely. So we use something that we call a challenge-led approach. And I've said the word a couple times here, but it's challenge-led. What we want to avoid is tech for tech's sake. We don't want the fancy gadgets. We want real solutions. So when we put out on our website, you'll see open calls. These are the challenges we have at Expo. They're likely the challenges that most cities around the world have. Cleaner air, urban cooling. There's a whole list there on the website that you can go to. And then people will submit ideas. They might submit an idea that says, look, I've had this solution, but there's not a city that's tendering for it. It will work for you. So we will work with that vendor. We'll bring them into Expo. We'll map out what we think that test will involve. We'll run it for, depends on the solution, but we could run something for 3 months, 6 months, a year. The seamless journey that I just talked about, we're going to be testing that for about 6 months. We're looking at some technology solutions that we'll be testing for the next year, and we follow them through the process. We see if those solutions worked. If they worked, then we can work with the rest of Dubai and other cities to say, don't worry, we've already built the business case. So cities are risk averse.
Sure.
Even in Dubai here, money is not endless.
Mm-hmm.
Cities have budgets, and we have to stay within the budget. So if a city says, that looks like a really good solution for me, but I can't take the risk. I get voted in by the people, and they're going to say, you just spent X amount on this solution, and you don't know what it does. We take the risk at Expo. That's what we're there for, right? We're here to test the future city. We'll take the risk. We'll create the business case. That way, the market knows, we can scale this. We can invest in this. Other people can do this. They've already taken an element of the risk out of it for us.
It's way past the smart city stuff of a few years ago, isn't it? We're going to be sustainable and we're a smart city, and we all kind of went, what on earth does that mean? This is very much next level.
Yes, that was really focused on platforms and sensors in your bin to know when the bin was full,
Yeah.
right? This is a smart city platform.
It really was. I need the water delivered, and that it's not that. No.
So that is a group of verticals, and
Yeah.
and this is how cities progress. You know, this is why I love cities. To me, they're like living organisms, and they're evolving. So that was an important step to get digital infrastructure into cities and say, well, we can pick up the trash better if we have the sensors. We can run mobility better if we have better traffic cams. Where we got to is that might have helped a bit, but then everything was operating independently. So we knew that there was a traffic jam, but we didn't know why. Or the water department, tore up the road to put in a new pipe just after the roads department laid down. And this happens in cities all over. So it created a whole group of verticals. And now what we're trying to do is create the horizontals so that the city can operate in a holistic manner and everything is integrated. We want to take that onus off of the people, though. So the old city platform required a lot of people to manage technology. Now we're spending all of our time managing technology. As you said, on your phone. We want to manage the technology less. We want it to work more. In fact, I'm not a technologist. So I'm more of a city strategist. I'm interested in leadership and cities and how they work. I actually don't care how the tech operates. I just want it to work.
Well, I guess that's probably most of us, isn't it? But, computers, unfortunately, still crash every now and again. And
Have you tried restarting it?
Yeah, well, that's what the IT man always does. You call the IT department and it's always turn it off and turn it on again. And you think, different situation. How might work that's happening in the Urban Lab at the moment change daily life over the next few years? Is there any way you could point to something that, you would have initiated that's going to affect us?
Yeah, absolutely. We work really closely with the Dubai government, the Ministry for Cabinet Affairs, who manage all of the regulations around what's safe, what isn't. So, for example, drones, drone delivery, that had to be tested somewhere. And so we offer ourselves up as the test bed so that these solutions can then be deemed safe to scale up elsewhere. So if we test a new form of mobility, we'll be partnering with RTA. If that mobility solution works, then RTA will be scaling it up. Right now, we're working on cooling movable walkways that are modular so that when you have an event at Expo, you can think of the walkways in an airport. What if you could move those around as you needed for an event or for in the summertime? We want to get people to and from the center of Expo. And if they had cooling on them, then we've created a solution that we can move around. We're working with DIWA to say, where can we deploy these? They'd have solar panels. They've had different solutions for mobility. So everything we're testing at Expo is meant to be scaled up elsewhere, and you will see it elsewhere.
That's a wild idea.
I know.
I like that a lot.
Isn't it cool?
No, that's
I'm
very
giving away the secrets.
Were you not supposed to do that?
No, I'm not. Probably not.
It's fine. We won't tell anybody. Nobody cares. Fine. So if you're a resident of UAE, Dubai, UAE, you're part of a community, you're a business. How can we kind of keep up to date with what's going on? Because it's things like that. I think. I don't know. I feel as though, a groundswell of opinion behind those kinds of initiatives and, encouragement, that's got to be a good thing. But I'm still a bit gobsmacked with the walkway thing. That's a great idea.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. But how do you keep up to date with what you're doing day to day?
Right. So one of the ways is to go on the website. We have all kinds of case studies on there. What are we doing? How to get involved? What's coming up next?
Okay.
So we're always out there. People say, "Can we come to your office?" I don't have an office. I have a city. I actually don't have an office. The Expo City is my office. There is no urban lab place that you could come to. Right? It's the city.
So I'm thinking, where would you print a document?
We're trying to go paperless.
You're going paperless. Okay, good. Okay.
I would say come to Expo. Honestly, come to Expo. The Urban Lab is Expo City Dubai.
Okay. Just two things, and these were kind of added questions because we were looking this morning at stuff that you're doing, and this is November. So this month, you've just announced the launch of Expo Valley Views, which is a residential community. So that's kind of nature-inspired urban living. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a really important element here, which is nature has been taken out of our cities. Our cities are concrete. We need to bring nature back into the cities. You want to talk about cooling, cleaner air? There's a very easy solution to this, which is to bring nature back into our cities. And there's a whole group of programs. I would say look at these programs at Terra Pavilion. Their impact programs are phenomenal. Things like, have you ever heard of a pocket forest? I've learned this since I've been there.
I've not, but I have now.
Yeah, it's very
Brilliant.
cool.
So a mini forest, I
Mini
guess.
forest,
Right.
but it cools the air, cleans the air 10 times faster than a normal tree. So you can build this very dense area of greenery, and you can put them in tiny places, right? A park. It's how you plant. And there's an incredible smart team at Terra that's working on these types of ideas, and they're urban solutions.
That's, God, I've learned quite a lot this morning. There's another thing, and we'll finish with this actually, because this is a really important thing. A strategic partnership with World Health Expo has been announced. So this is a platform for the healthcare community. So you can, and I love the idea of this, connect, collaborate on health solutions. It's, it's the innovative health solutions, but that's so important.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there's a lot of health research that goes on. We need to do health research in cities. We need to understand where are some of these ailments coming from, what could be some of the potential solutions. One area that's really critical is women's health. And we have the Women's Pavilion at Expo City Dubai with women's programs that focuses on women's health, an area that is underserved at the moment. And so these types of partnerships with cities, it seems unlikely, but with cities, where do people live? Where do we need these solutions to be tested and deployed in cities? So these partnerships, like healthcare partnerships for urban living, are critical.
Well, if you have problems where people live, you've got to sort the problems where the people are, haven't you? So the logic's pretty simple to follow. It's fascinating, really is. Urban Lab VP Amy Hohuddle, she is here from Expo City this morning, off on a flight. Really good to talk to you. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Good morning. My name's Tim Elliott. It is very easy to watch us, to listen to us, all forms of social media. You can watch us on the website mirabusiness.fm. That's where you can find us. Contact us, info@mira.fm and whatsapp.mira.fm will find us if you want to contact us in the studio. Now, the UAE is often referred to as a hub by many, as a hub for, I don't know, business, for travel, business travel, gold. The nation's fast becoming a rising hub for global finance. Now, in this episode, in our kind of ad hoc series with guests, conversations, we look at financial market basics, and we're joined by Sergey Lyalin, who is the founder of C Bonds, to talk about bonds and about what the bonds market means for jobs, for savings, for opportunities, I guess, across the region. Sergey, it's a pleasure to have you in the studio. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you here. So look, for people who don't follow, global markets every day, don't really have a great grasp on, financial vernacular, vocabulary. What exactly are bonds, and why should we care about bonds?
Well, actually, bonds are quite simple. Like, there are basically two main instruments traded in financial markets. One is equity, one is a bond. So equity means a share you have in a company, and bond means a debt. So like a company needs, let's say, $1 million, and it issue bonds. Everyone nominated $1,000, and let's say 1,000 of buyers buy these bonds, and every year you are paid what is called coupon, which means interest on your bond, like let's say 5% in. And as a maturity, let's say 5 years, you are redeemed, so your money is paid back. So essentially, it's a kind of debt.
Yeah, I mean, bonds are used by, companies, states, governments to finance, the big stuff, aren't they? They're used to finance projects, operations. So owners of bonds you hold a debt, so you're, creditors, really,
Absolutely,
of the issuer. So they're kind of like an IOU kind of statement.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, okay. You founded C Bonds, over 20 years ago, 25 years ago?
Yeah, almost.
Okay, you've been in Dubai here for a few years now, but when you founded the company, what was the problem that you were trying to solve? What was the thinking when you thought, right, this is what I need to do?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, the difference between bond market and equity market is that bonds are much less transparent. So equities are typically traded on stock exchanges, and it's very easy to find the information about an equity. But it was not, and it is still not the case with bonds. They are typically traded OTC, so it's much more difficult to find the information. What is the price of a bond? What is the yield of a bond? What is the rating of a bond? So the idea of building C bonds was to increase and to bring transparency to bond market, so that and historically, bond market was, and to a large extent, it is a place where big institution operates. So they use well-known data platform like, let's say, Bloomberg, Refinitiv, but the price of such a platform is too high, and it's not okay for small size institutions or even individuals to connect to such platforms. So C Bonds was built to bring more transparency and to make bond information available to broader audience.
Well, information is power. You said something there, OTC, bonds are traded OTC. What do you mean by that? That's over the counter.
Absolutely,
is
yes.
What you mean.
Yes.
So what does that effectively mean?
Well, it means that there are brokers, they have bond desks, so they place the information where they trade on different platforms like Bloomberg, like C Bonds as well, and then they make phone calls. Or there are some, now of course there are some electronic platform, but it is still not exactly a way like stock exchange where everything is crystal clear.
Okay. How do you impact investors these days? What you formed with the idea of more transparency to offer people the information. How do your clients these days feel?
Well, so what our clients use C-bonds is mainly for screening for bonds. Like we have an excellent opportunities to find what bonds fits them. Like depending on credit rating of a bond, so how secure is invested in that or that bond, duration of bond, which means what is the to maturity, the yield of a bond, of course, and on all the other different characteristics. So we provide an excellent opportunity for searching for bonds.
Okay. In the Islamic world, we have what's known as the sukuk, which is emerged in the late 20th century. I think in Malaysia or perhaps in Indonesia, it's a Sharia-compliant alternative to conventional bonds. They're structured slightly differently in that, you're paid a coupon, I guess, which is based on an interest, and in Islam, that's not the way it works. But they're very similar instruments in lots of ways, aren't they?
Yes, you are absolutely right. It is very similar instrument, so it is very much like a bond, but under Sharia law. And the main center actually is not in Malaysia or Indonesia. The main center of sukuk issuance is here in the Gulf.
Is here these days, but I think the original, the early days. I mean, it's only 35 years ago. Let's face it. But
and actually, sukuk market is one of the fastest growing part of global financial market, and the size is already close to $1 trillion.
That's just a staggering level of cash, of money. I guess you're watching the sukuk market pretty closely since you've been headquartered here in Dubai, since you moved to Dubai. 3 years ago you came to the UAE?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Yeah, okay. And is the sukuk market a major part of the business now for you here?
No, still. As we are global cover, we cover the global market, so sukuk is part of our coverage. We, of course, pay attention to that part of the market, but as we cover markets all over the globe, so we work with everything.
Okay. Whether it's a bond or a sukuk, I guess a lot of people feel markets are complicated, but markets are complicated whoever you are. How do you see bonds make bond information easier to understand for regular investors or for business investors?
Again, after all, a bond is a number of different characteristics. Like you have a price of a bond, a yield of a bond, a spread of this bond to benchmark rate, duration of this bond, credit rating of this bond, financial statement of a company, all the other different characteristics. So what we do is we take this information from bond documentation, prospectus or final sheet, how it is typically called, then put it in one database that allow you to compare different bond, to search for a different bond, to see the difference between one bond and another. So it's not a rocket science actually, but it is its own instrumentarium, its own way how investors work with bond data, bond information.
It's very much about doing your research, isn't it, and understanding the topic. And I often think we talk about we talk to lots of people in financial services on this program, and it isn't rocket science as you say, but you have to spend the time. It's essentially kind of studying, isn't it, for most people, I guess.
Yeah, the principle for every investment is do your own research.
Yeah, your due diligence kind of thing. Yeah.
So even for individual investors, it's essential when starting to make investment to do something, to do a home task, to read something, to be prepared. Otherwise, you will be staking on like in a casino, which doesn't make sense.
If you've got modest, excuse me, savings and you want some, safe, stable returns, bonds are a good option.
Definitely yes, because it's after all a fixed income instrument, so you know how much you will get back.
What should people look out for? What are the questions that you should ask yourself if you've decided, look, I have a plan to invest, but and bonds is would be a part of that plan. But what should a person look out for? What questions should they ask themselves?
Well, first, time horizon. Like if you are a conventional wisdom is quite simple that if you are investing for a long period of time, it's better to invest in equities because on the very, very long run, like if you consider 10 years time horizons, equities are typically outperforming bonds in most cases.
Yeah.
But the shorter is a period of your investment, the more portion of your portfolio should be comprised of bonds, because the shorter is the period, the more chances that bonds will outperform equities. So if you have a kind of like you want in 5 years buy a new home and you are planning for that aim, probably it's better invest that part of your money in bonds because you will be sure about getting your return, getting your money back.
Okay. What about technology at the moment, particularly AI? One of the things about AI is the analytical, response of AI, the ability for AI to aggregate, to bring information together. I think in lots of ways it's changing the way investors discover financial instruments and analyze financial instruments. There are benefits, of course, for that. And if you're looking at bonds, I suppose AI is one way of doing it, isn't it?
Of course. Actually, recently, 2 weeks ago, we had a big conference, Bonds Fixed Income Conference here in Dubai, and one of the sections was exactly about AI solutions. And everyone is talking about AI now, of course. What AI is really good for is about processing a big portion of data, and we at Bonds we also use AI for analyzing bond documentation, taking info out of bond documentation. It is, to my extent, still a little bit exaggerated how AI really changed portfolio management, etc., because still it is mostly human, and it is mostly human who are taking decision. Definitely it improves the transparency and analytical coverage because before, to write an analytical report about a company was like you need an analyst who spends, let's say, a week or maybe longer to analyze all the figures, to look at the details of a company and prepare a report. Now it can be done with AI, which means that it comes almost for free. And for example, I have friends who recently founded a startup company that is doing such things, providing analytical reports. The value of these reports are still in question, but it definitely helps you, saves you time. Because you don't need to spend 2 hours reading, you can have an AI resume of a report and make your decision if you want to invest in this instrument or not.
Yeah, well, that's what's interesting about it, I think. There is this fear that, AI is everywhere and it's going to take over the world, it's going to make decisions for us. But in the end, at the moment in particular, it can bring the information together. It can offer you a summary, and usually a pretty good summary, it has to be said. But you're still ultimately making your own decisions.
My perception of AI is exactly like this.
Yeah.
That it's safe at time. It's like a person who helps you to do something you don't want to do yourself, but then finally it is you to decide yes or no.
Yeah, and that's a really important point to make, I think, when you're making financial decisions for your future. that, you can do all the research in the world, but it's not going to make that decision. Okay, I'm going to flick that switch. I'm going to make that decision. That's absolutely down to you.
It is still your own decision.
Yeah, and it has to be that way. These days, it's far more than bonds at your company, C Bonds. There's a lot more that you do, of course, and there's a lot more financial market data to cover. Data is everything. We know that. And I know that you do a great deal of research, and that's something that you offer investors, isn't it?
We do cover equities, ETFs, all other instruments. We do have what we call a research hub, so we collect research from different banks, brokers all over the world, and our subscribers have access to this research. We also produce our own analytical materials, so yes.
And how much AI do you use in doing that, I wonder?
A good question. For preparation, yes. So, like, we have a kind of template, and to bring data to this template, AI is actively used. But still, before getting to publication, there is a person who looks through.
Good to know. Confidence inspired. Let me ask you just very quickly a little bit. We've got a couple of minutes left, but can I ask a little bit about you and the company? You've built this company from the ground up over more than nearly 25 years. I understand that as yet you are unfunded, so you've done everything to build this business with your own blood, sweat, tears, your own efforts. But tell me a little bit about the start to where you are today. If you were to look back at the history, and how would you describe it?
Well, actually, I was doing academical research at the university about bond market, and then I came with the idea to make such a website, bond data aggregator. Well, you mentioned that we are unfunded. That's true, but probably because we are 25 years old and I'm quite conservative and old school. So I suppose today, if I will do again the same, I think second or third year I would go to some venture fund, because it can save a lot of time.
Yeah.
Like, building it on your own funds, on your own resources, you can do it, but it is quite a long process. So probably if I will go for funding in first 3-5 years of a company, I can have a quicker start.
It would be unfair to sort of characterize it for me to say, look, it's the amount of hard work you would have to do, because it's not as though people that, accept funding or, look for funding aren't doing the hard work. That's not fair. But it's just unusual, I think, in this day and age that you have a financial entity.
Yes.
I just thought it was interesting. Look, Sergey, emerging markets, including parts of the MENA, are getting attention, much more attention, of course, every day from global investors. What is it, in your opinion, that makes these markets attractive? And also, what about the risks that, viewers of this, listeners to this, should keep in mind?
Well, yeah, absolutely right. That MENA region and Middle East is growing, and when getting here, I looked at data we have, and the size of international bonds out of Middle East grow from about $600 billion to almost $900 billion in just 5 years. So it's a 50% increase during just 5 years. And historically, these countries, Gulf countries, Middle East, was exporting capital. Like everyone in the world knows, there are a huge amount of petrodollars here in Gulf, and wealthy Gulf investors invest in the rest of the world. Now it is changing that Gulf countries, Middle East MENA region is attracting more and more money for infrastructure development, like every country here thinking about becoming non-oil dependent, which means you have to invest in non-oil industries. So a lot of money is coming here. And also what should be noticed the importance of, first of all, Dubai, UAE as a financial center is really growing. Like I looked at the league table of bond arrangers across emerging market before COVID in 2019. In top 50, it was just two banks from Dubai, ranked like 30 plus.
Right.
This year, 2025, in top 50, there are already 6 Dubai-based banks with ENBD and FAB ranked 18th and 21. So they are still 5 away from, let's say, HSBC, JP Morgan, all that global names in that league table, but the importance is really growing. So Dubai is becoming a real financial center. Still not as big as, let's say, London or New York, but it's growing very fast. People are moving here, money are moving here. Of course, risks should be considered, and let's say one of the Gulf countries, Bahrain, yesterday was downgraded in credit rating by Fitch, which means that, well, Bahrain is a bit different story from Dubai. They almost don't have oil resources, but still. So
don't worry, it's fine. You've got a reminder for something. You won't forget that.
Yes, so of course risk should be kept in mind, but let's say UAE, Qatar, Saudi, they have high credit ratings.
Sure. Okay, final question for you, just very quickly. If you could give one piece of practical financial advice to people who want to start exploring bonds, or maybe just diversify their investment base, what might that piece of advice be?
Well, very simple. Subscribe to C-Bonds and use it in your research.
I love it. The plug came in at the end. Brilliant. Look, Sergey, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Sergey Lerlin is the founder of C-Bonds. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting.
It's good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. I'm Tim Elliott. Hello. If you would like to watch, we're available across social media on the website mirabusiness.fm, and you can contact us info@mira.fm. We would appreciate hearing from you. You can WhatsApp too. WhatsApp.mira.fm will bring up the box, or it should do. Real estate now. AJ Menon is back, CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate, with his usual slightly left of centre commentary. I think it's fair to say hi, AJ. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Tim.
Very
nice
good to have you back. So this, I like what you did with this. AJ always sends notes just by way of introduction a few days before he comes on air. And this is the commercial of commercials. I like it. Looking at commercial office space here in Dubai in particular. And what I want to do, AJ, is run through the three main grades of office. So let's start, top of the tree, grade A. How do you define grade A commercial real estate, a nice grade A office?
Okay. Grade A office by definition means premium institutional quality buildings.
Okay.
It's all about sustainability. It's all about image. It's all about the latest technology. Those kind of end prime business districts. I'm talking about the IFC, downtown, these kind of areas.
The prime stuff is to me, and you're absolutely right, DIFC and downtown, but it's the stuff that you walk in and you think, am I in New York? Am I in LA? You know, you could see the building transplant. It would fit anywhere kind of on Earth.
That's right.
It's that real international standard. So, I don't know, grade A areas, office areas, could you run through some of those?
Yeah, sure. If you just walk, like you just mentioned, if you just go into a grade A office, you will just forget where you are. So a grade A office in New York will look exactly like a grade A office in Dubai. And it'll be same in Miami. It's all over the world, right? So,
I'd make one observation here, though, at this point. I would put forward maybe that grade A offices in Dubai, in the UAE, probably across the Gulf, are probably cleaner than they are in many other cities. I don't know if you noticed that. I always think that.
Probably two reasons. They are newer, and it's cheaper to find a lot of cleaning stuff here.
True, but I always feel that. It's funny, the number of people I meet that come here, you know, friends, family come over, and they're, this is completely off topic, but I know you'll understand, you'll appreciate this. It's, you go to a hotel and have dinner or something, and it's always, they'll always come back from the restroom, and it will always be, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
The toilet, there are towels, and there's always this kind of sense of wonder, you know, the quality of the facilities.
Funny,
I didn't mean to go to toilet facilities.
Funny you mentioned about this, because I don't know how I could express this, because I normally grade a restaurant by going to the toilet.
Well, good to know. But it's interesting. But I know exactly what you mean. I think a lot of people do the same. You can really gauge the quality of an establishment on how they take care of facilities. And I don't just mean toilet facilities. I just mean, you know, it's that kind of attention to detail, and that's the point, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And coming back to this, the grade A buildings. Yeah. So the moment you step in, or even before you step in, when you go to the parking, there's ample parking space.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So might be paid, but that's fine.
Sure.
That's there. Then the moment you take the lift, you're coming into the lobby. The lobby is first class.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, good reception. There's a lot of things happening. You just wait for your turn, take a token, whatnot. Security, impeccable security. Just anybody cannot just walk in.
Okay.
Right? So that's happening. And once you go into the thing there, you are looking at the lift. These are high-speed lifts. You know, double, triple level of the floor to ceiling space. You know, the high ceiling, high entry. The thing that gives the feeling of luxury, right?
It really does. And you know, you talk about lifts, and it's these lifts that you call from outside, or ones that go to specific floors, and you get in, and there's not a button to be pressed. And I always I stand sort of looking around thinking, well, this is going to be fine. But you're right. All of these systems, so it's kind of the technology, it's the grandeur, it's the security, it's the parking. All of those things come together. Smart building systems.
The smart building systems, sustainable. They are all pretty much all LEED certified, well certified. So they take care of everything. So and the reason why big firms prefer it is because it's image, it's optics. Plus, you do want to attract the best talent to work for you. And you're also looking at, apart from the parking, you need F&B outlets because you want your staff to come and, they can have a good time after the work, or they can have lunch at nice places. So that is important. So they take care of a lot of restaurants.
That's an important point, and I guess DIFC is a case in point there as well, because you've not just got your kind of standard coffee shops, good as they may be, and the small grocery, the retail areas. You've got restaurants that are kind of anchor restaurants that create a destination in and of themselves as well, don't you know?
Yeah, DIFC is a business case. I mean, the thing is, you have gyms, you have Pilates studios, you're talking about the NAD drips, those kind of clinics. You have your salons, high-end barber shops, you have bespoke tailoring, whatnot.
NAD drips. There's another thing. We were talking about that last week on this very program. So the tenants for Grade A offices these are the big boys, aren't they?
Yeah, very big boys with deep pockets. We're talking about multinational companies. We're talking about the big four professional firms, law firms, consultancies, the big names, whoever wants to.
The banks, okay. And then rents, obviously, are priced
record-breaking. We're looking at just over 300 to 500 dirham per square foot a year.
That's 24.
That's in DIFC, yeah. That's 24, 25.
25. Okay, we'll keep that in mind, 300 to 500 per square foot when we move down towards Grade B offices in a moment and Grade C offices. So Grade A, who chooses Grade A? I mean, I know the big boys are in there, but this is blue chip, and you mentioned a couple of things there. So, it's optics, you said. I think that's obviously very important. Employee attraction. You want the best people. Right. But it's also, isn't it, the efficiency.
Efficiency plus the family offices are moving in, right?
Right.
So, and they also need a full setup.
Okay, and they sign longer leases, I guess, as well.
That's the best part about the commercial spaces, right?
Ding,
so
win-win.
I'll come back to the difference between the commercial and the residential a little bit later on.
Okay. How do we define Grade B offices? Fair to say mid-market, really?
Mid-market, similar, but obviously the buildings are slightly dated. Well, they used to be newer, but then now it's dated. But not the specs aren't that great. I mean, we're talking about ample parking, but not as much as, it's just adequate.
Okay.
It's not less, it's not really more. You do still have some reception area, security. The lifts are a bit tired.
Okay.
You might have 5 or 6 lifts for the entire building.
Right.
And some these kind of buildings are also office spaces. They also might be mixed use. So there might be some residential units also in these kind of buildings. I'm talking about Business Bay. I'm talking about JLT. These kind of areas.
Okay. Parts of Sheikh Zayed Road, maybe.
Sheikh Zayed Road, the older ones, basically. Yeah.
The older ones at Sheikh Zayed Road. Okay. So a little bit older, less well located, maybe not quite central.
No. Actually, these are kind of centrally located. Okay. Business Bay is centrally located, but the thing is, there's a lot of buildings there, and it's not the best of standards.
Okay. All right then. So we looked at conditions, facilities, technology, but maybe not.
Definitely not the smart ones. Definitely
not
smart buildings, not the certified, not the LEED and sustainability. I mean, it was not a thing back in the days. So these things actually come. It will keep evolving. I will not be surprised if they say that every building should have a vertiport. Going forward, because obviously the air taxis are coming up in Dubai, right? So that will be the new definition of probably the Grade A.
Okay, I'm with you. Tenant profile for Grade B?
Tenant profile, basically pretty much any regional office, smaller companies, SMEs are good. Your normal trading companies are fine. I would say this would put about 50 to 60% of the market here, actually. The smaller companies who are not Grade C, but who doesn't want to spend or cannot spend to the level of Grade A.
Okay.
So that's pretty much a lot of companies in Dubai.
Bear in mind that the price, DIFC Grade A rents, for example, let's take that as the kind of the benchmark, I guess, crossed between 300 and 500 dirhams a square foot in 2024, 2025. Prices, for mid-level grade B commercial real estate, what are we looking at?
Anything around 90 to less than 200, 180, 190 kind of levels.
It's a huge difference.
Big difference, yes.
Yeah, okay. Depending on the area, of course, but up to about 180. Why would you choose grade B?
A grade B is something which I need a certain size of office. So if you look at most of the companies here, you are looking at around the 20 to 40 people, and they will need bigger spaces. And obviously, if I cannot afford to have that grade A office, and I don't want to be in a grade C office. So this is something where, it's reasonably priced for a larger unit size.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you're at that point in your company, you're 3, 4, 5 years in, you need to make the jump, and you're looking at something else. Okay, let's define grade C offices, the value segment, the budget segment.
I mean, there is a big demand for that as well, because obviously not everybody can afford everything, and when you are a startup, you need something very affordable.
Yeah.
Or you might be part of a big business, but then you are running a back office operations. So when you need a lot of space for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So then you obviously go for grade C offices. And typically grade C offices are normally, you can still find them in Sheikh Zayed Road, but the real ones, if you look at it, it's Tera, it's Bur Dubai, it's Karama, Alcos, that kind of areas.
Okay, and these are, more basic buildings, I guess. The amenities are not quite as...
Amenities, forget the amenities. You might have one lift for the entire building.
Right.
Then parking, very few. Then rely on public parking. It's that basic.
Okay.
Because you get what you pay for.
No, you do, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just interesting to look at these things and look at the differences, because in some ways they're stark. But everybody has to start somewhere. Let's be fair. Often secondary locations, maybe converted residential or commercial spaces.
Yes,
some of these
yes,
as well. I
definitely.
guess. Okay. We know where they are. Older lobbies, the condition of the building. The layouts maybe not as efficient. They weren't maybe designed for purpose.
See, it was built a while back. All this, the new specs came in later.
Yeah.
So you just can't blame what was built before. You cannot destroy those buildings, right? Somebody has to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're making money out of it as a landlord, why not?
Older wiring, air conditioning systems work differently.
So you fix it when you break it, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Amenities minimal. Tenant profile for grade C office buildings.
Startups, maybe 1 or 2 guys, operations. They just want to test the waters. Small trading companies who just who moved in from a different country to explore the Dubai market. They might initially start here and then probably move on to a grade B when they can afford to.
Yeah, okay. And I guess you mentioned something there that I thought was interesting, actually. For maybe some of the larger companies, you'd have like back office operations in offices like this. And that makes sense for a number of reasons. Clearly, the space is less expensive, but it might be better for the staff in the building. So perhaps, proximity to work is something that's important.
True.
These kinds of things you need to take
Because even the staff would be living in those areas.
Possibly.
These are the affordable areas, basically.
Yeah.
So if the work is very close to them, then why not?
Yeah, okay. Rent for grade C. Let's just relive the DIFC experience, 300 to 500 dirhams a square foot in grade C, the budget element.
50 to 100, 120.
Okay.
That's the best case scenario, probably.
Depending on the district. All right, then. So, it's good to just look at those things. I think a lot of this is reasonably obvious stuff, but it's good to be able to sort of compare and contrast and to sort of think it through, talk it through.
But having said that, the thing is, it is better to go for a grade C office than going for a residential studio in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. No, I get the logic there. But if you're constrained by budget, you need, I don't know, it might be you're able to find a nice open space to put your company, to work on a particular project or whatever it is. Or if you're just at an early stage.
That's true.
In your business. Okay. So why are commercial units a better investment than a residential unit in Dubai?
And that's very, very particular to Dubai, actually.
Yeah.
And most people don't know it. Because if your number of visas or the number of people that you can hire is directly proportional to your office space.
Yes. Okay.
So visa is dependent on the office space that you have. So if I have, say, 20 people now, if I am and I have a certain square footage, if I want to have 100 people, they will say, show me your office space. They have to come and inspect the premises, and they say, no, this place is not equipped to handle 100 people.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
So that's one part. The second part is the rental yields.
Right.
The rental yields in commercial offices, you are looking at anything between 8 to 12% in prime districts. Whereas,
fair
which is
amount
very,
higher
very,
than-
very high. Yeah, but if you're looking at a residential unit, you're looking at anything between 5.5 to 7.5%.
Okay. Okay. That's significantly better. Because what? Longer leases?
Definitely. See, and that's the beauty of it. So when you are a landlord, you buy something shell and go. The tenant will do all the fit outs. They will upgrade it the way they want it.
Right.
And since they're putting in money,
Yeah.
they're not going to leave immediately. So your leases are longer. So basically, you're talking about 3 years to 5 years, and then plus renewal options.
Okay.
So which in turn is actually giving you more net yields. Because when you're when you're leasing a residential unit, the contract is typically for 1 year. They might or may not extend it. But here, definitely you know that they're going to extend it. So in between, you lose a certain period. Say if you have a residential unit and somebody leaves, you're looking at around 1 to 1.5 months of vacancy till you find another tenant. So you're losing income there. So, but then in this case, you pretty much are guaranteed 3 to 5 years. So there is no loss at all. So the net rental yields are way higher in commercial than residential.
Okay, so really long term, really stable tenancies.
That's right.
And you're saying 3 to 5 years there, but at the rate of growth we're seeing here in Dubai, in the UAE, I guess 3 to 5 years is pretty conservative, surely.
Yes, conservative, and because and why is this happening? Because again, that's another advantage of going for a commercial space.
Yeah.
Developers are launching tens and thousands of residential units every year.
Yeah.
But very few commercial spaces.
Yeah.
Reasons. The reasons are it is very easy to cram up a lot of studios and one bedrooms, and then because it will easily sell out. The developer is going to make money anyways. But the commercial spaces, it takes a little bit of the entry prices remain the same as per square foot. But if you really have to buy something, you have to buy something around the 1,000 to 2,000 square foot area, which may not be possible for everybody. The initial outlay is slightly higher.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and the main example I can tell you, there are 2 projects which is happening in Motor City in the residential area. One unit is a boutique developer. The total number of units is 563 only. The other development, there are more than 563 studios in that unit.
Right. Okay. Okay. No, I'm with you. I understand that. So I always look at whenever I introduce you when you come in here, I always say Jim Menon, he's the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate, and I for some reason I kind of tie you with the residential brush. And I hadn't thought really to talk about commercial real estate with you until you sent this topic through, this commercial of commercials. But it is so important to discuss because we're all kind of, I don't know. It's really all about the headline stories. Villa here, an apartment here, and look at this great villa on the Palm.
So villas are glamorous, and villas are glamorous. The Palm is glamorous. Then again, your grade A offices are extremely glamorous, and it's people with deep pockets who can get in. But the actual number of transactions are happening are very mid-market. You're looking at anything between that under the 2 million range. So those people can buy only residential units. That is why you hear a lot of people, brokers, everybody talking about residential units rather than commercial units. Commercial is a different niche, and it's actually you need to have that appetite to own a commercial space.
Yeah. Okay. We need to talk probably a little bit at some point in the not too distant future about places like Al-Quoz, for example, where, this is traditionally a very commercial, very mechanical. This is where the original, I don't know, cement plants were and everything else. But, that kind of real estate, because that's all being reused in so many different ways.
Funny you bring that subject, because
interesting.
when Dubai Hills Estate was launched, people said, no, it's not going to work out. It's going to be, I mean, and this is exactly what happened with Expo as well. When Expo they launched, they said it's next to DIP. What they forget is Dubai Hills is just behind Al-Quoz, which is the biggest industrial area in the entire Dubai.
Yeah.
And,
sure.
and it's one of the best performing communities.
But I think that's, for anybody that lives here or has looked at Dubai with any, through any kind of sensible lens, people will always say, oh, that'll never work. And, invariably it does.
What was Burj Khalifa before? It was a military camp.
Well, that's a very good point. The days of defence roundabout, AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got the rose-tinted spectacles on at the moment. Do you know what? That's all the time we've got, but it's always good to talk to you. AJ Menon is the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate, remembers defence roundabout. He's been here a long time. Good to talk to you.
Likewise, Tim.
Appreciate it. Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. FM.
It's Mira Business FM. Friday morning is at 10 o'clock. Gold. I was going to say a golden hour. It's not really. It's more of a golden half hour. But there you go. We'd usually be speaking to Jeff Rhodes this morning, however, since he's travelling to London, I think, at the moment. We're honoured to have the opportunity to speak to the founder of a company known for selling some of the most important coins in all kinds of different coins as well, and we'll find out more about that in a moment. But the company's called Numismatica Genevensis SA. Our guest is an expert in numismatics, the study or collection of currency. He's a collector himself and a curator. He was the man behind the famed Coins of Islam, History Revealed, held at the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi in early 2020. Dr. Alain Baron, welcome to Mira Business FM.
Good morning, Tim.
It's good to have you on the show. I appreciate your time, Alan. Let's start with the exhibition that I mentioned there. It showcased one of the world's most significant collections of Arab and Islamic coinage ever assembled, many of which had never actually been seen before in public. It was kind of a unique insight, I think, and perspective into the past and the historical developments that, continue to shape our world today. Is that still kind of the thrill of gold coins for you personally?
Well, I mean, the thrill of coins has been following me since I was a kid of 5 years old. So basically, the thrill has always been there. And even if my interests today generally are wider than just coins, it is and will always be my passion.
We live in a time, Alan, don't we, of virtual coins now, cryptocurrencies. That's likely going to revolutionize our system. Good old physical coins offer us a pretty unique glimpse into history's greatest empires. Most of us have kind of looked at a coin and wondered, what's the story behind that? You know, you pick it up, you brush the dirt off, the dust off, and you wonder, I guess, whether a centurion may have held that in his palm at some point.
Well, it's obvious that coins tell the history of the world, and the first coins were struck about 2,600 years ago. So yes, we are coming to a very interesting time, because the big question is going to be, will the coins still be struck by governments? Will they still survive? Will they still survive? Will they be replaced by virtual coins? This is obviously a big question. As a numismatist, and I had long studies at the University of Vienna and Rome, had a PhD in numismatics. I will always be an advocate of coins, because coins tell the story of the world. And in some cases, they're the only witnesses of very important historical moments that happened 1,000 or 15 years ago. When we had the exhibition I organized at the Abu Dhabi Grand Mosque under the patronage of Her Highness Shira Fatima, we were showing basically the importance of coins and the bridges between Western and Arab civilizations and all the interactions that happened. And it was very interesting to see that a lot of viziers, a lot of historical names of the Muslim periods are only surviving thanks to the coins. And we were also showing that coins were struck in the holy cities of Islam, such as Mecca and Medina. And again, they are, in many cases, the only surviving witnesses of these early periods of the time of the Prophet.
It's a remarkable thing when you see a coin from whatever time period it is. There's something about I guess it's a tangible thing, it's a physical thing, and it's an emotive thing. You're a believer, aren't you? That if you understand and you have knowledge of old coins, it encourages people to, bring cultures together, to love other cultures, almost other religions as well. Coins, money, have kind of I guess it's an allure that brings people together, almost in the way that, maybe breaking bread does together, enjoying food together does.
It's an excellent point. And, when I held, or rather said, when I saw my first coin, I was 5 years old. And I was so shocked that a coin could have survived so long. I mean, the coin was a Swiss coin dated 1886. The scene happened in 1967. I was with my dad, 5-year-old kid at the time, and I was absolutely mesmerized by this beautiful coin that had managed to survive 100 years almost. And my father found that so interesting that a little boy could be so fascinated by a witness of history that he bought me this coin that I still have.
Mm.
And this was the beginning of a long, long journey. And as you very rightly said, coins tell a story, and when you touch them, there is a lot of emotions and a lot of interaction between closed chapters of history that still influence the present, and the kind of discussions you can have as a living human being with the great personalities of histories that are in the palm of your hand. So it's a permanent discussion and exchange with history and with what made the world of today.
So it was when you were 5 years old that you were clearly that was the spark. But what was it that led you to make numismatics a career, Alain?
Well, I think I probably had a fairly obsessive personality from the age of 5, and 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 I think that sometimes you are blessed because there is a sign, whether it's from the skies or however you want to interpret it. There's a sign that this is going to be your journey, and since the age of 5, I never had a doubt that I would deal with coins all my life, whether from a scientific point of view. So I wrote, of course, various books and articles. I studied for 7 years at the Numismatic Institute in Vienna and in Rome. I opened my auction house in Geneva in 1988, and basically, I always had a foot in research collaboration with universities, governments, museums, and also with the world of collectors. So we have built very extensive collections and published them and exhibited them worldwide. And we always had some research activities as well as commercial activities.
I guess it's kind of fortunate, isn't it? If you kind of knew what you wanted to do when you grew up, when you were 5. I think lots of us, myself included, probably still don't quite know what we want to do when we grow up. Let me ask you this. You're also, I think it's fair to say, obviously based in Abu Dhabi, but you're something of an authority on Islamic coins. You consult here in the Arab world. But what got you interested in coins in particular from this part of the world?
Well, the interesting part is I started getting interested in Islamic coins about 15 years ago only.
Yeah.
Because when I was studying at university, it was mostly about medieval, ancient, Roman, Greek, but very little about Islamic. And I noticed that the coin markets for Roman, Greek, modern coins are extremely structured, extremely well researched, whereas the research on Islamic coins and the market evaluations have always been incredibly thin, and the research on Islamic coin is only a few decades old in this part of the world, whereas Roman, Greek have been studied for the last 600 years. And so the Islamic coin world has basically still about everything to unveil, because um, a lot of research must be put into it, and people have very little understanding as of today of the rarity, of the importance of Islamic coins. And that's how I decided to invest a lot of time in it. So I've built very, very major collections of Islamic coins, most probably the best collections in the world in private hands. And we have exhibited some at the Abu Dhabi Grand Mosque at the time in 2020. We now have an exhibition running in the National Museum in Riyadh in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. And I would say that Islamic coins are very, very fascinating because they have so much to say, and we're only at the very beginning of this knowledge.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It must be a voyage of discovery, a voyage of learning for you. And when you consider the historical, I guess, the historical trade routes in this region, there's a wealth of knowledge to unlock.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, in pre-Islamic times, you had already some Greek and Roman coins that came as far as the Gulf region.
Mm.
And these coins um, were so popular everywhere as trade coins that local engravers started to copy Greek coins 2,000 years ago so that the local populations would accept them. And they're very interesting because you have the pattern, the prototypes that are beautiful looking Greek cards with portraits of Alexander the Great and so on, and the imitations made by the local engraver 2,000 years ago look like an abstract painting. So it's remarkable to see that the infancy of coinage in this region basically is a copy of the great civilizations of the time, you know.
Mm.
And then Islamic coins with the Umayyad periods became very, very well struck, very intelligent coins with the name of the mint, the date when it was struck, and they became an incredibly sophisticated uh, coinage that basically was even better and more organized than the Western coinage. So, in a few hundred years, it completely shifted.
It's interesting that, isn't it, that money was so well regarded, I guess. But in many ways, not a surprise. You know, calculus comes from this region, of course. Let me ask you this: numismatic is literally means of coin. But is there a difference between being a coin collector and a numismatist?
Well, a numismatist refers to someone who is interested in coinage, generally speaking. So, a numismatist can be a university professor, a researcher, and not necessarily a collector.
Okay. Let me ask you about gold at the moment, because you know obviously gold coins are at the heart of, I guess, many collections. But I'm interested in your thoughts on overall the market. Usually at this time on a Friday, Jeff Rhodes, a friend of yours, would be here talking gold prices, precious metals prices. We're currently witnessing, it's really an historic bull run, or it has been, in the price of gold. It's corrected in the past week or so. Gold's trading round about, I don't know, 3,990 an ounce at the moment. I'm interested, does the spot price have a significant effect on numismatics and gold coin collecting?
Well, basically, um, for coins that have a very high historical value, um, the price of the metal is completely irrelevant, I would say.
Okay.
So if you can have a bronze coin that is worth $1 million, so the value of the material would be negligible.
Mm.
But ironically, some of the coins that used to be very common and very cheap, such as Islamic gold dinars, you have to imagine that since coins at the moment are not are only collected Islamic coins by a very limited number of people, sometimes you still can buy Islamic gold coins now at around the price of gold. And we're talking about coins that are 1,000 years old.
Right.
You know, of course, this will change with time because people will get more and more interested and finding gold coins that are 1,000 years old at around gold price will be history. But in this case, yes, I would say that there might be an impact, of course.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Now, coins are a tangible asset, so gold is a tangible asset that people want to own physically. So yes, there is a bit of influence that people are today destabilized by the insecurity of the world, and so they want tangible assets. So yes, the impact is that people are more and more looking at coins as an investment tool or an artwork um, that is very historically interesting. Um, the impact ironically, on bullion gold coins, since gold has been going up enormously, so about 60% since the beginning of the year, which is absolutely unheard of, um, the premium on gold coins are actually at the moment very, very low. In other words, you can buy English sovereigns that are 100 years old or US gold coins, etc., at a couple of percent over gold, which honestly is almost unheard of. So the market will adapt. If gold remains that high, the demand is going to increase, and the premium on the gold bullion coins will increase again. But at this stage, the premium on the gold coins are at a historical low, which honestly would be a good recommendation for investing and maybe hedge the gold to be protected from a move down.
Let me ask you more broadly about what we've seen in gold. You mentioned there 60% rise, the huge rise we've seen in gold. The bull run is likely to continue. I guess the correction is, well, the guess is it's a short-term thing. Most predictions are gold at perhaps even $6,000 an ounce. The trading this morning ran about 39.90, as I said, but I'm interested in your thoughts overall on what we've seen in the last year, Alain.
Well, basically, it's not even so much the last year; it's this year. You know, at the beginning of the year, gold was about 60% lower. So I think it's completely unprecedented. Of course, the geopolitical climate at the moment creates some uncertainties, and a lot of people are running into gold as a tangible asset. I mean, from a personal experience, a movement of 60% without any retracement is unheard of. We did retrace 10%. Is that the end of the retracement or not? I don't know. Nobody knows. But I think excesses are always being corrected. I would agree that the global view of people, and as long as the world generally is in such a state with potential wars and that do not seem to stop with economical difficulties, everything speaks for gold. So most probably, as long as the situation globally remain unchanged, there's no reason for the trend to change. It doesn't mean that we could not correct another 10 or 15%. But yes, I mean the 5,000 that everybody is talking about might not be unrealistic.
Tangible assets are back in fashion is absolutely true at the moment. Let's look at the market for gold coins. How would you characterize that right now?
I would say that it's a great buying opportunity because if you can now buy coins that were struck by governments, so means that you don't have any problem about the origin of the gold, because they were struck and guaranteed by governments 100 years ago or more. I would say that when there's always been a double leverage on gold coins, so leverage on the increase of the price of gold and leverage on the price of the premium. And at the moment, as I said, premium are at an absolute historical low. So I would say yes, they are great buying opportunities of historical gold coins. I mean, you know, if you want to buy a sovereign with a portrait of Queen Victoria or King George for a few percent over gold, it's completely feasible at the moment, which is almost unheard of. I would say that for the people that believe that gold might go down, but the premium is way too low, you can buy the coin and hedge the gold. for the people that think that gold is going to the moon, then they should buy gold coins and not hedge them.
We live in a city here in Dubai known as the City of Gold. The UAE is very much, I don't know, it's an attractive gold destination. Let's put it that way. One of the things on most people's kind of, UAE bucket list is probably, it's fair to say, a visit to the gold souk. But we don't see gold coins from here in the UAE. There's really no market as yet, Alan. Why is that?
Well, there is a very strong reason that explains that there is no market for gold coins at the moment. The VAT in the UAE is applicable as well as custom duties on all coins that which fineness is under 990. So, in other words, theoretically, many coins like a Krugerrand or a $20 gold piece. So most of the coins that where the finest was under 990 would be, of course, taxable. And if they're taxable in the UAE and they're not taxable in most other countries in the world, think about Switzerland, Europe, there's special regulations for all the bullion gold coins and they're completely exempt of VAT. So there's no chance ever that the UAE will be able to create a big market on all the gold coins, which is a huge mass that have a fineness under 990. So I would say that if the UAE did align with international regulations with the VAT, then one could create an extraordinary hub. One could probably have the UAE as a capital of the trading of gold coins in the world, because the UAE have always been extremely progressive in a lot of approaches that they had. They're always ahead of the game. If they wanted to have a position in this industry that is probably a turnover of probably today $30 billion a year, the market of gold coins, then they would need to have a new regulation that aligns with international regulations.
You can see it, can't you? I mean, I'm just sat here thinking if I came to the UAE as a tourist, and I'm not really a jewelry guy. I'm not going to go out and buy chains and stuff or rings to wear. But a gold coin is something, as a memento. I think I'd really think about that. With the UAE, I don't know, the UAE falcon on there, or whatever the design was.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, people love to come to the UAE for a huge number of reasons. And we would all love, of course, to be able to develop a strong coin market in the country. Now, I would be more than happy to start a dialogue with the authorities and see if there's a way to have a VAT regulation on coins that is the same than the one that is in most countries in the world.
Well, let's hope we can see something like that, because I think that'd be a very attractive proposition. Just a couple of more questions. I know you're busy, Alan. We're coming up to a break here. But is there a coin, and this goes back, I guess, to the original spark for you, that spark of interest, that love for the field of numismatics. Is there a coin you'd most like to see? Is there I don't know, holy grail of coins? I don't quite know how to put it, really, that you've never managed to get your hands on?
Well, you see, that's a good question, because in life you always want what you didn't get so far, right?
Sure.
So I was very blessed in my life to have had in my hands a very large number of world's most important coins. There's one coin, if we talk about Islamic, that I did hold in my hand, but I never was the owner of it, because the only time I had the privilege of holding it was in a museum. So one of the earliest gold coins of Islam is called the Standing Caliph. So it's a coin of Abd el Malik that where you have the ruler standing with an Arab legend on it. It's one of the earliest coins in Islam, one of the greatest rarities, and all the coins that I have seen so far were fake. The only genuine one was the one that I had in my hands in this museum. So yeah, it would be a holy grail because I never had a chance to own a genuine one so far.
It's been fascinating talking to you, Alain. I really appreciate you coming on to join us here at Mira Business FM. Alain Baron is the founder of Numismatica Genevensis. He's based in Abu Dhabi. He's an expert in numismatics, which is the study or collection of currency. Alain, thank you very much for coming on to join us.
Thank you so much for having me, Tim. Have a very lovely day.
And you. Thank you very much indeed. This is Mira Business.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning. Welcome to you. You could be with us at mirabusiness.fm, the website. You could be watching on YouTube, wherever you are. You're very welcome, whether it's across social media, wherever. Drop us a like, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. Now, it's the business of food here on the program, a topic that we talk a great deal about in the office and not enough on air, probably. I think that's fair to say. Chef, culinary ambassador, CEO of the FSIN group of companies, Chef Sperkos is a culinary entrepreneur known for his ability to modernize traditional Greek cuisine. He's built a multi-concept empire, including signature restaurants like The Dish and the wellness-focused FSIN Fresh. Chef, I'm going to call you that. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me for today.
It's really good to have you here. There's so much to talk about with you. We've just spent, 20 minutes off air talking. We should really have recorded that interview and broadcast that. But look, where do I start? You're an official ambassador of Greek gastronomy here in the UAE. You have just been awarded your golden visa. You do NFTs. You do glow-in-the-dark menu. There's loads to get to. But I want to start with you. Your childhood in Greece. You're from Kalavita, I believe, which is, 100 miles, 120 miles from Athens? Is that where you come from?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
For a small village in the mountains.
Okay.
I grew up there.
Yeah.
And I moved back to Athens.
Right.
Then to study and everything.
Okay.
But you have done very nice research, I can see.
I just read the notes that they gave me, honestly. But what I really like about this, I have a whole kind of thing about Greece. I love Greece. I said to you off air, I've spent quite a lot of time there over the years. I had my honeymoon in Greece. I worked, kind of lived on Mykonos for a little while, a long, long time ago, before the change. But there's something about it. Somebody cracked a joke to me years ago, and I still think it's funny because I'm a sad man. You've seen the movie Grease. And there's the line in the song, Greece is the word, and it was always Greece, as in the country, is the word. Now, for some reason, I find that very funny, but it means a lot to me because I've had a great time there. So you grew up surrounded by farms in Kalavita before you moved back to Athens, I guess. How do you look back at that? Because it's that experience of sourcing those sort of real quality, organic ingredients, the really fresh, kind of Mediterranean staples, if you like. How did that shape your philosophy as a chef? What was like that as a grounding, as a background for you?
This is actually where all of my inspiration today is coming from.
Right.
Like, I will never forget, like, my grandmother, like picking up the carrots, picking up the roots, picking up the beetroots, and give me basically to taste it straight away. Not even cook or anything. I'm from a very small village, in Greece, in the Peloponnese area, all the way into mountains. We do have a ski center and quite of cold all the seasons of the year, where all the vegetables is being growing as basically a seasonal.
Yeah.
Let's say, like in the summertime, we're going to have the tomatoes, we're going to have like basically all the things where it's like a summery. And after this, like in the winter time, autumn to winter, you'll have the apple, the way you'll grab it and have it. My family is a farmers. Basically, this is how I grow up as a farmer. Later on, like my father, he opened a butchery, a small butchery like in a small city, 15 kilometers far away from the village. And later on, basically, like they opened a small hotel and restaurant under the ski center. This is where all basically, like the inspiration started.
Well, it's interesting, because you're talking about seasonal produce there, and it's kind of a hard concept to grasp in somewhere like Dubai because everything is available all year round. So you want a particular type of apple, it's probably in a supermarket somewhere. If you want tomatoes of this variety, they're available. And but from where you were, your cooking kind of reflects that, I think, in a lot of ways. That what was available, you used to the best of your ability with the ingredients that were available, the condiments that were available. It's a different way of thinking.
Correct, but like even in Dubai, like with all the way of the sustainability, the local farms, and basically, let's say the seasonal vegetables and fruits, you can even start making your menus here in the same way.
Okay.
Yes, you have the available apple everywhere, but like because you have different seasons. Let's say we're getting from Australia, where basically in Australia is the opposite of Europe. Then you can have because you are in the center of the world, right? Where basically you can pick and source for different countries. But in the same time, as a chef, I still keep basically on my menus a seasonal menu with the vegetables and the fruits as much I can basically, don't really change it. Because let's say we don't have a cherry tomatoes from Spain or from Greece because we import a lot of products from there. Then what I will basically do is I will use sustainable products from here, from the local market, because I don't like the killing of the fruits on the transportation. It's something where basically Dubai starts a lot now, like the homegrown basically vegetables, fruits and everything, where I really love to use these products more than even come from Greece, because I had some chefs, that was arguing with me, how you can say the cherry tomatoes from Spain, they don't have a better flavor and they have a better flavor in UAE. And the answer, it was in UAE, you grow with any ways you grow in the middle of the desert or anything, but you're still gonna be growing it, but you don't have the transportation of the fruits to kill all the fruit, because tomato is a fruit, right? People, they know as a vegetable, but originally it's fruit. As soon as you put in the fruits, but as a Greek, I never put the tomatoes in fruits. Cherry tomatoes and tomatoes.
That's a no-no, huh?
No. Then, basically for me, because you want the sugar, you want the flavor, you want basically the growth, and the taste, to be original, right? Then one of the dishes we're making, and everybody loving it, is the Greek salad. And how come? Where it's coming from, the cherry tomatoes? I'm like, guys, you don't need to find out, basically how a good tomato it is, but you need to see from the earth all the way, how it's coming to your restaurant, and just try, basically to see out what is the mistakes all the chefs they be doing, all the transportation companies, to have the actual flavor where they put in the fridge. Then this is the reason I use the cherry tomatoes from UAE, because the flavor and you can say the temperature, it's correct to give a right attitude, for me, and flavor, on my dish.
And I mean, Greek salad's a pretty simple thing, isn't it? It's a simple dish. It's a simple everyday. How many ingredients? 4 ingredients?
It's just 4 to 5 ingredients.
With decent olive oil, I suppose, there, and it's incredible.
In Greece, we cut the tomato, we put rock salt and olive oil, and that's it. Then you basically cut it straight, from the earth. No fridge, no cooling down, no anything. Then this is the reason, the sweetener. It's like the banana, right? Banana is also like a fruit. Then if you take the banana and you put in the fridge, you will never gonna have the actual flavor. And when I travel to Asia, in many countries in Asia, for traveling shows and etc., when I go there, what I want to eat is basically pick from the tree and eat.
Okay. Well, it's that kind of farm to table kind of idea, isn't it? That's the thing. Let me just before we go any further, I have to ask this, but it's there's a lot I want to talk to you about your business and everything else. But let's stick to the food thing at the moment. How do you define? Because you're in a position to do this, classic Greek food. Something I don't know from your childhood. You mentioned your grandmother there, picking vegetables with her. What for you is the classic Greek dish?
It's a traditional way and traditional recipes, and It's all about basically reminds you your home. As a chef, like I will gonna be success, like only if I go all the way back, and when I sit down and I give to my client, let's say a dish, I want him to remind his family cooking. Doesn't matter how his appearance and the show off, because I love, like my dishes to be really redefined, but only in the way of looks.
Okay.
When we go to the taste, I use all of my grandmother's recipes, my mother recipes, and the recipes for the most traditional people. Let's say, like for how you grilling the steaks, how you basically using charcoal, how you go back to the traditional baklava, right? I still use my grandmother recipe, and I just try only to sweet a little bit, just the heaviness, because we live in Dubai and I love healthy food. I don't really like the heaviness in Greece sometimes.
Okay.
But in the same time, I believe all the way of success, like as a chef, is to take you back and the time to eat, to create memories for mother, grandmother, and home.
So you're basically saying, look, there are lots of things they're just fine tuned. They're slightly finer. But what would be the dish that takes you back to your childhood and your mother and your grandmother and the people around the table? What would be the thing that you think, that's Greek food to me? That's what it should be. Is there one?
It's many. I will tell you about one dish where basically in Greece, it's like in all the newspapers, magazines, and TV, and they keep talking about this dish. 11 years ago when I came to UAE, right, they don't really know what is Greek cuisine. They don't really understand it this time, except the people who used to travel in Greece, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. It was odd to find a Greek restaurant. It's unusual.
It was I think it was only one Greek restaurant. Then when I came in One and Only, I used to work in One and Only Royal Mirage. I came over, I request, to the team there, to start import products from Greece. Because people know what is Greek salad, but they don't know what is trachanas. Where trachanas is in my village, and they feeding the kids, the family eating every Sunday. Actually, it's the easiest food where it's like a bulgur, similar with a bulgur, right? Was one food where it remind my mom, because it was every week, 2-3 times, you will have to have that. It was like the poor pasta, let's say, in Greece, right?
Yeah.
Then I create a recipe with a stew lamsang, with a stew lamb, basically.
Okay.
And I add this pasta. Then this is in all of my restaurants now. Basically, you can find this dish. And this is one dish, where basically in Greece, they're talking about me and they're like, wow, how basically you serve something like that. Because people, they know baklava, they know Greek salad, but they don't really know this traditional recipe for the grandmother. Then I make it like it, because at some point I didn't like it anymore. It was very traditional, they just give me every day. Then I make it like it. Then this is what basically is one of the days where basically if you visit my cuisine or taste my cuisine, you will be going all the way back to Greece, to the very, very small villages. And this is what all about is a chef.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's a bit like music in a lot of ways. When you hear a song you haven't heard for years and you're taken back, it transports you to a night in 1978, whatever it was. Maybe not that far back for you, but you know what I mean. It takes you back to that time. And food, I think, often does the same thing. When you get something in a particular flavor, can transport you back in time. And there's a comfortable sort of feeling that goes with that. It's very difficult to put this into words, but you know what I mean.
I do believe all of the chefs, they have to follow exactly the same structure, what I say now. Because as a client, what we basically like we live in Dubai, right? You can access a lot of fine dining food and multi-cuisines for all around the world. Yep. But in the same time, let's say I go to the Thai restaurant. When I will have a traditional Thai food, or I go to the Indian restaurant, I have a proper biryani, right? As a chef, I want to take me back to India when I travel India and I have this original flavor. The same is with the Greek food, the same with the French, UK food. Then I believe all the chefs, they have to start thinking food is all about emotional, taste, memories. Then when you succeed that, you will succeed having a regular customers, regular clients that are going to come to your restaurant because they will take them all the way back. It's good to be fancy. I am also a fancy chef in the social media and etc. etc. But when we go to the cooking, I want to flavor this type of like recipes, let's say.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with it looking good. I mean, it's very much the case now, isn't it? And you say it there, I'm a fancy chef and I understand the social media. Well, that's necessary in your business. You want to generate a buzz and you need to market what you do. Look, Greek cuisine is rich in history. I think probably lots of people think, oh, I really like this, dolmades or souvlaki or maybe spanakopita. There are lots of different things that we can, because we've had our holidays in Greece and the memories that you have. You're kind of praised for your ability to give traditional dishes a modern twist, and obviously that's something that you really like to do. But I wanted to ask you one thing, and I have no idea what this is. I haven't been to your restaurant, but what is molten portakalopita?
Oh my God! Yes, I will tell you what.
I was like, because I'm thinking it's a spanakopita, but it's a portable. I don't know how. What is it?
Okay, let me explain you what is the pita. Pita is mean pie in Greece, right?
Yes.
Then
yeah.
portokalopita is mean an orange pie. It's a dessert, where basically in my village we do making whatever is remaining from the baklava, like from the filo pastry.
Yeah.
We're just collecting that together with the butter and everything, and we're just mixing up eggs, orange, basically to understand is the easiest recipe, and putting like on the tray. Cook in the oven, put some syrup, and have it. Then this recipe is not something usually it's used to be exists all days in Greece. But what it was remaining, like when you make galaktoburko or baklava, you was collecting, put a little bit flavor, put in the oven. Then now it's like a really trend in Greece to have portokalopita. And my area have a lot of oranges and lemons, where portokali mean orange in Greece. Then if you come to my restaurant, you will try, like basically the flavor of the filo pastry with egg and, it's not really eggy, but it's like a syrup, sugar syrup, but the flavor is coming out is from orange.
Okay, put that to bed. That's good. I needed to know because I'm looking at it thinking, I'm not sure about this. Now I am sure about this. In 2019, you're named an official ambassador of Greek gastronomy in the UAE. What does that title mean to you, first of all, personally? How do you feel about that? And how do you strategize elevating the kind of profile of Greek food in this region? Because as you say, a few years ago, Greek restaurant was an unusual thing. You had to really surge. Now, a little bit easier. So, the time is now. Things are going well, I think.
Correct. Basically, 2019, they give me the award, from, it's like the Greek government in a collaboration, with the biggest chefs there and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And the reason it's happened that is because it's not about, ego or something, but I was the only chef, in UAE 2017, 2018, and 2015, where basically I import products where it's a very, very specific. Because this time they was using just the products around, to create recipes.
Yeah.
But this time, we go through and I had all the sources, from all the places I used to work, not on, to import all these products straight from the village, straight from the grandmother, and create these recipes in UAE, where we create a different recipes in UAE, and after this, many people have been copied, and now where we reach, today, they have a fantastic Greek chefs in the country, beautiful Greek restaurants, and we have more than 40 to 50 Greek restaurants in UAE, and every single restaurant you will go, you will find Greek recipes.
Yeah. There are Greek restaurants in shopping malls now, and that was never a thing 2015.
Correct. And this time I had the opportunity to travel in different countries, like Papua New Guinea, Australia, like Singapore, Tokyo. Like I've been traveled from 2018 to 2020, 21. I used to travel. I still travel, basically, and I want to show the Greek recipes can stand in every single place in the world with the existing ingredients. Then this is how the awards came, but obviously I got for Middle East and United Arab Emirates because I used to stay here. and it's my home the last 11 years here. Then as a Greek, I'm a little bit expert for them. But as a UAE, I'm also expert for them. Then, basically it's like 50-50 anymore.
And how has it influenced your, what you do with, I mean, you're building a business empire, but how does it influence what you do at work? The fact that you have this award, how do you take the knowledge from the traveling that you're doing and apply that to Greek cuisine, and how does that help?
I think I came in this world, basically, to do that. I do love, to showcasing the world what is mean the real, Greek food.
Okay.
And all of this is helping a lot of my dishes because I combine multi-tap, actually, let me go all the way back. I start traveling because I didn't understand the culture. I didn't understand basically my team members where you used to work for me because there was a lot from Asia and I never traveled to Asia. Then the first time I travel Asia is just to understand my team, understand my chefs, understand like the team, members, that work next to me. And obviously, as a chef, I love to find out the culture of the people from the food. Because what you eat, this is how basically you think, this is how you behave, this is who you are basically.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Then when I travel to Asia, I start combine Greek recipes, with Asian recipes, and see how this a Greek cuisine can stand all around the world. Because I've been to Papua New Guinea, and I was like, wow, where I will find a Greek product here to create Greek recipes, right? And I do find the local products and I create the Greek recipes. And after, I was believing, okay, Greek cuisine can stand anywhere in the world. It's all about healthy products and basically not healthy, but organic, pure products.
Yeah.
Then you can develop. Later on, all this traveling and the Greek recipes, but, also I was when I visit Asia, I was eating for grandmothers, not in a 5-star restaurant. I was eating on the street, and all of this combines together. And this is basically how is my recipes today in every single venue we basically operating.
So you have to live it, don't you? You have to
Correct.
live the food experience, I suppose. So you came here 2015, 10 years ago. You work at the one and only for a few years ago. 3 years ago? You were 3 years ago?
2013 I came.
Oh, you were 2013. Okay, so you're there. So you moved to Dubai. You grow your business to the FSIN group of companies. You've got, 14 venues, I'm reading here, including The Dish and FSIN Fresh. That's pretty rapid success, I have to say. What was the biggest commercial or even logistical challenge you faced when you launched? Because you're scaling a multi-concept business in a market. Dubai is a pretty competitive place. I mean, it can't have been easy.
It's never easy.
Sure.
It's not raining money, right?
No.
It is all about hard work, teamwork, and respect for what you do. But I believe in energy. I believe, or if we wake up every morning and you basically, being proud, you have one more day to live, you have to live it in 100%. Then I love to work. I can say I'm a little bit alcoholic.
Workaholic? I was going to say, maybe
basically.
distinguish between those two, but there you are.
Correct. But also...
how many hours do you work a day, on average? You're obviously
12
up
to
early
13.
in the morning. And that's 7 days a week?
This is 7 days per week.
Right,
I
that's
try to
definitely
just
workaholic.
skip a little bit Sunday evening anymore or Sunday lunch, but I'm always on work. Even if I'm not in the venues, I will be always, on the Zoom calls. We have other companies also. I do operate other companies in Greece, and different, companies basically of food industry. We do other stuff also. We do have a PR company where it's operating in Greece. It's operating in 12 different countries with my team. Then we do have clothing company coming soon.
But I'm just trying to follow the logic here. You're a chef. You have a PR company. Okay, so your PR company makes sure that you're saying the right things. I suppose clothing's perfectly logical. You're wearing the right things. Who am I to say? Fair.
I will tell you what is basically how all this started. 6 years ago, when I started the FSIN Group, how it started is basically I left a restaurant where I used to work. And before COVID, COVID was 5 years ago, 4.5, something.
Yep.
Then I was like the success story after COVID, you can say. How? I left the restaurant. I was like, I'm enough. People, they give me budgeting. People, they give me all the day the office. They want me all the day, basically, just sit down and go through like numbers and etc. etc. But today I do the same, pretty much. But
I was going to say, what gives there?
Correct. But this time I say, I left a Greek restaurant, like from the point where we start this time. Then I go forward and I say, okay, I start the private dining. I will start a private dining experience in the villa, in the yacht, in the private jets, anywhere basically in the location of the client. Right. Then I got a chef, one chef plus myself. Then we start working on that. 6 months later, before COVID, like you can say hit, I had like 9 private chefs under me in 6 months' time because I had like a very good connection, like in the country for people. They was coming from aboard in the villas, in the yachts, and the COVID came. Then everything go to private. This time, all the chefs, you can say, and like a lot of people from the industry, they used to know me. They was like, come on, what does it mean private chef in a yacht? Like you're a 5-star chef from the hotels and you go and you cook in a yacht. And I was like, guys, we create experience. And this is what is making me happy, to create experience.
This is what's so important about a real restaurant, isn't it? A really successful restaurant. It's not just, food is fuel. You eat something, you feel better, you get a bit of energy. But it's not that. It's the experience which is the key.
Correct. Yeah. Basically, you can say many chefs, they're cooking very well. I'm not one of the best chefs in the world. But what I want for my business is the people that will come over to have experience, to feel comfortable, to feel like home, to feel, like all the work behind the scenes, you can say, from the chef to the waiter, from the attitude, the table, the chairs, the elevation. I mean, it's all about feel basically comfortable. Like then I believe this time we start making people feel comfortable. COVID came, hit it hard. In UAE, many restaurants closed, and I was hiring and hiring and hiring all of the chefs. And was doing private dining. We was doing like 5 to 7 events per day, 10 events per day, where it was all about 10 clients. Pretty much we were charging like very expensive because the products we was using, it was all about 5-star. I was using the Wagyu, the cherry tomatoes, import from Greece, import from Spain. And in 1 year, we was like a team of 40 people. And we was killing the market. And after this, now I'm very happy because also at the moment, the private dining experience, the private chefs in the country, it's crazy, right? This time they was laughing with me, but today, basically, people, like I believe I give a little bit on the map of Dubai what is all about the private dining experience. They sit at home and have like a private chef, create 5-star experience and all of these kind of things. Then after this, the restaurants came, Expo came, and today we are where we are with a team around 200 people full-time, almost, 95 chefs under my company, and I believe the team is where, the support of my team is where they brought me today here, and all the repeating clients and the people who has believed on me.
That's a huge number of chefs. I had no idea it was that big. I mean, you really are very much kind of the modern chef, social media. You were, I think, the world's first NFT chef, which is, there's a thing. Glow-in-the-dark menus is another thing that kind of jumps off the page when people read about you. But why do you think it's important to blend tech and art and spectacle with what you create from a culinary perspective? How much does that drive the business forward, that kind of innovation? And how much does that engage customers? It clearly works for you, I think.
Even my recipes is going all the way back to the roots. We live in 2025. And in UAE, sustainability, AI, and innovation, it's something where basically we need to do. Like, is the time, basically all the young generation to use, we use the social media, we use the NFTs, we use all of these type of things, not because just we want to succeed for the market, but we're doing because it's a challenge every day to me, how I will make for a private dining experience for one client, and we have only customized menus. Then it was a customized menu this night for, can I say, for Sephora. They were basically, we go ahead, we capture the picture, and we go all the way to NFTs. Then all around the world, they was talking about NFTs, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what do we have created today, right? Like, it was, for us, we love basically to create. We love all the new inspiration, all the innovation, the AI. I believe the world is going to AI, but still, the recipes has to do the traditional, has to remind me a story for my grandmother, but the way we'll present it is going to be something different.
So what's at the heart of it is still kind of the soul of the thing. Everything else that's around it, that's there's a benefit to all of that, and there's a reason for all of that. But the heart of it for you is that it has to taste good.
Correct. It has to day and create me memories.
Right.
If the food creates the memories, and if any company we operate with my team, I tell them one thing: the client have to have a memory. The time he will visit the restaurant, he will buy something, he will feel something. He has to have the memory of the experience and the memory of to being comfortable, how it was at his home. Then when he feel that, right, everything else is basically can be acceptable. The mistake of the waiters, the mistake of the dish. We operate like 14 different locations. You will have problems, like for sure.
Yeah.
Clients, etc., etc. But if I make you to feel comfortable, because sometimes humans have a bad days. Sometimes my clients is not always right, sorry. But my team, they are not right when they don't make them feel they're right. Or when they don't asking them what is all about this day. Because sometimes we have a bad day. I have a bad day, you have a bad day. Everybody have a bad day. Very stressful. Dubai is very competitive market.
Yep.
Then if I make you feel comfortable, you will be my client. I love who is the client. They always having a comment about anything. Because I can take the comments. My team has to take the comments. This is what I tell them every day. And basically, you have to go all the way back and restructure policies, see why he complains, and this is what's going to make you a better. Even as a CEO, even as a chef, even as a waiter, if it's anything. Comments sometimes is waste, but most of the time is not waste. You have to rethink it as per your clients, what they need.
It's a good way to look at criticism, I think, because one of the things in your industry is, there are days when, chef has a bad day and the meal isn't up to scratch. People notice. I mean, it's very easy to criticize, isn't it? But you have to take that on the chin. But if you take the view, if your attitude is, all right, why was that bad? Let's look at that and let's make it better. You're going to succeed, aren't you?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonably straightforward. Look, we've been talking about ages. We've got time, don't worry. Let's just go over time. Wellness and healthy eating, this is a big deal now. These are trends. Talk to me about the vision behind Evsin Fresh. How is it different from what you do in fine dining? And how do you balance that kind of authenticity, the Greek ingredients, with being, health focused, or, the shop, the restaurant format? How does that work? Because it's a balance, isn't it?
Evsin Fresh, you can say, is like mostly Mediterranean recipes.
Okay.
Greece is obviously Mediterranean, is a Mediterranean part. Then we do a lot of Spanish, Italian, Greek recipes, but in Evsin Fresh, we focus in the very healthy ingredients with less cooking techniques.
Okay.
And we in-source all of the products very, very carefully, because we don't want sugar is not good for the health, but the natural sugar is very good for the health. Then in Evsin Fresh, we use a natural sugar. We use honey. We use not really stevia and etc., but we're going to use the honey. We're going to use the bananas. We'll use the vegetable. We'll use the fructose, and we will create way healthier lifestyle through Evsin Fresh. This is not meaning people all around the world, they believe healthy is mean no taste. But healthy has nothing to do with the taste.
I've often thought that. I always think, no, give me full fat.
You know, full fat of beautiful beef Wagyu, where I have it in my restaurant. I've seen Fresh have Wagyu beef. And they're like, what? This is like 5,000 calories. I say, let me tell you, this is a very good fat. Has nothing to do with the fry and etc., etc., etc. Human beings need everything. And like the body is required everything. In Everything Fresh, we work very hardly for every single recipe that's going to go in the menu because we have a different perspective of how the people think is healthy. What does that mean? We believe on the cold pressed juice, but I do not believe, like basically of buying the juice from the supermarket. I believe you wake up in the morning and you cold press the juice and you have it, and you are full of vitamins and everything. That we don't really sell ready-made products. Let's say we don't use chemicals, let's say, these days, but we go through the food to create anything what body needs.
Okay.
And it works. The cold pressed juices in the morning with the ginger and the lemon, every morning I see crazy difference like on my own skin, where basically I was not even believing like things like that can work. But when you start consume and using and your energy level is increased, and because we have to go to the gym, we have to train, we have to eat well. This is how we think. This is how we basically like living. The life is here to live, and you have to find time for what you eat. You have to find time to go to the gym, and you have to find time to love even the food, even the family, even anything you want around.
There's a whole philosophy around everything you do, isn't there? You have a very specific kind of, this is all about living and living well.
Correct.
You've just been given a 10-year golden visa. It kind of recognises your contributions, what you've done for the hospitality industry. And I know that you're a big fan of Dubai, and off air you mentioned this, but you feel very strongly that the way the business environment has supported you here, that's been really important to your success here in the UAE. I know you feel that Dubai has really kind of nurtured you. What is this kind of long-term commitment? Because you're being encouraged to do things here, encouraged to contribute, encouraged to stay in the country. What does that mean for what you may do in the future? How you might expand your business? Do you think? What can you tell me?
I can tell you Dubai is my home.
Right.
And why I basically believe Dubai is my home is because the innovation, the AI, the sustainability, and the way how this country has been grown for 11 years I'm here. Like if I go all the way back 11 years before, I was completely different person. And if I go back how it was Dubai 11 years ago, it was completely different. Yeah. How it is today. Yeah. Then the inspiration and the vision of the country, it's make me feel, like to go through all of my business here, because I can see a competition and difference. Like you go back to Greece and things is very different. Like I can say, like I learned in Dubai. I came 23 years old as a chef here. They give me the opportunity, like to operate 4 restaurants in one of the best hotels and resorts in the world, right? They believe on me, where, one country maybe it can take 40 years to believe someone on you, right? I work hard, obviously, like it's nothing like, but hard work here pays off. And in Europe is happening, and all around the world is happening. But the way of the country here is being growing, and is being changing, and is being basically, how you say, like, inspire you every day to do something else. And the challenge is like crazy here in the market. Like, I mean, it's really challenging, like every single day you need to update your restaurant. Like you need to see something, you need to see something new, you need to train your team.
It's something fast. It's a fast pace.
But I love that.
Yeah. No, I mean, clearly you thrive on it. Let me ask you a little bit about leadership, because I don't know, the way it works here, most radio stations, it will work that there's the producer. You've met Michael, who produces this show. And what Michael will do is book people, talk to people, tells me what to do, shouts at me when I'm late, that kind of thing, but also writes lots of notes. And this is a very particular question that I think he's put in. I think he's looking for a career change, but I'm not sure. But I think it's an interesting question. Running 14 venues requires a massive team effort. How would you describe your leadership style in the kitchen and the boardroom? And what is the single most important quality you look for when hiring a head chef or manager for one of your concepts? I think Michael, as a food lover, is looking to become a head chef. But anyway, the question remains, what do you like as a leader, and what do you look for in the people that you work with?
I like as a leader the honesty. I like people to be honest.
Right.
Even they do mistake, even they don't do mistake, I like them to just be basically not apologize to me, but take the full responsibility basically for the positive and the negative.
Okay. You need to give them the autonomy to do that. You need to nurture that, allow people that kind of responsibility, don't you?
Correct. We give a lot of responsibilities to our team, and we allow them basically to do a lot of mistakes because this is how you grow. And I'm always behind them, to support them in every single thing they require every day, from the PR team, from the chef, from the assistant, from the cleaner. Then I give them the responsibility, but in the same time, I'm always there for them. Then I believe they're being inspired from me the same way how I've been inspired from my previous chef, and the same way how I basically grow every single day, let's say, my knowledge, in the same way I try to give knowledge every single day to my team, from the new recipes, new things to stay longer with me because they're learning and they feel the love and the passion behind all this.
Look ahead 5 or 10 years, if you can. I'm sure you're projecting forward and thinking about the next thing that you're going to do. What's the goal? What's the legacy that you aim to build? Are you looking to expand outside of the UAE? Would you look at maybe, okay, I'm going to go back and do this in Greece from here, for example, or move around the GCC? What's on the radar for you?
From the business side?
Yeah.
Obviously, the expansion, we're looking for, it's mostly in Middle East at the moment. We do have a little bit business outside, for FZIN, and a little bit, basically for the PR companies. But we do look, all the way around in UAE, to create more stable restaurants, more new concepts where basically we're going to bring more sustainability, even more and more, right? And we believe, we can, support a lot the people, for well-being. I mean, the way they think, the way, they basically live every single day. Then, but as a person, I am sure, I'm looking for the next 5 years from now to just being traveling the world, cook, stay, couple of days, with the grandmothers in another different part of the world, taste the ingredients, feel the nature, but in the same time, support a lot, basically my skills as a human, come back to the roots, feel all this, and after bring all this to my dishes, to the food and to the industry, and that's it.
Okay. Well, no, I like that. Look, there's a couple of questions coming in for you, actually. So let me just put these two. If you want to get in touch with the show, it's very easy. WhatsApp.mira.fm. Type that into your browser if you have WhatsApp on your laptop or desktop or whatever, and it should come up. This is Arlene. What's the biggest mistake you see, chef, people making when they try to cook Greek food outside of Greece? Is there a simple cultural or cooking mindset tip you could offer? What's the biggest mistake you see people making when they try to cook Greek food? What do you think? That's not Greek. Don't do that.
No. It's not about is Greek or is not Greek.
Okay.
But if you don't understand the culture for any cuisine in the world, you can't cook this cuisine.
Okay.
I can cook an amazing sushi, but like, let's say, amazing, like Japanese food, right?
Right.
I can make an amazing teriyaki sauce, whatever, like many, many different things. If I don't visit Tokyo, I don't stay with the locals, I don't feel the culture, I can't cook this food. Then one of the biggest mistake basically is you have to go through as a chef, any of the chefs, any of the team members, to understand the culture and after deliver the culture of the plate.
Which is why traveling is so important to you, I guess.
Very important.
Yeah, okay.
And I do believe the most of the people, and they have to travel the world. The chefs, they need to travel, they need to taste, they need to feel the flavor, and after they need to create their own dishes.
Okay, there you go. Arlene, go and visit wherever it is. Go to Greece. Have a summer holiday. Get to Athens. Go and see the Parthenon. Chef, I've been following you on social media. I am a big fan. What does it take for you to hire me in your kitchen? I'm going to write it on my CV. I'm sure that's Michael outside, and if it's not, that's reasonable. But, I mean, if somebody was to write to you and say, look, I really like what you do, I guess you'd be open to meeting somebody if they're looking for work, wouldn't you?
Of course.
You never know.
We basically tried, we have like a big payroll, but in the same time, we looking to find people who's basically real, honest, and they have love for what they do. We never look at chefs or anybody basically, who has a crazy experience or something like this, but we look at the people who has basically the right attitude to join my team.
Yeah, okay.
Because we will teach you what we need. We have our own culture in our group. Then we will teach you what we need. But in the same time, you have to be open, without egos, to do understand. You have to deliver what basically we're looking for. Something we're doing right for the last 6 years, grow where we grow. Then anyone who is joining my team, he need to understand basically, it's obviously like a debate conversation for a couple of things. But in the same time, culture, texture, flavors, nationalities, and all these kind of things, for us it doesn't matter, but it matter basically, if you're really open to work with all the teamwork, and success basically together with the rest.
Because being a chef, I think, is very much about, first of all, not being afraid of hard work, because the hours are long. The eyes just floated up in your head there. I can see it. They are. You have to work, really put the effort in. But there's a real mentality that goes with that. I think you have to be very resilient to be able to do it, to take the criticism, to stay on, just to be on your feet for as long as you are in a day.
I am more flexible now anymore with my team. All days I used to be way different from how we are today. I also learned for very old style chefs where basically this time you can't talk. And I used to be a little bit like that, but now with my team, I'm like, prove me it's something better, and I will drop my ego and I will go ahead and I will just put it on the menu even with your name.
Okay.
Because in our teams, we don't have any more basically all these egos. Because I do have many restaurants, many menus. We do more than 5,000 to 7,000 recipes in all of the venues around. Then I can't create all this, for the basic. Only the pastry and the healthy is more than 1,000 recipes, from the cold pressed juice, this and this and that. I can't create everything by myself, right? I need a team. And that's when my team, basically respect my group and respect me. This is where everything and all the success is coming in the recipes, because they understand my culture. And many of my team, they visit in Greece all the time. I do have many of my teams, we operate in Mykonos every summer, right? And the team is working in Mykonos for me is the team who is working in Dubai. It's a lot of Asians, different Europeans, different people. But I want my team also to understand what is Greece before develop this Greek dish, right? And all my leaders, they have to visit Greece. They have to visit, let's say, different parts of the world. And I'm traveling a lot. I do different stuff. My team is joining me in the travels many times. Because
it's so important to go somewhere. I would recommend anybody goes to Greece. That's just a personal opinion. But it's very important to you that's clear, that if you're gonna cook somebody something from a particular place, if you've not visited there, it's almost like you don't have the right to do it. It's going in that direction. You need to visit somewhere and taste, I don't know, vine leaves, dolmades in Greece to really understand it. It's
I mean, you
the way
can't.
it should be.
It's look like like basically being a doctor, but you never being in like a, let's say surgeon, but you never being in like surgery room. Like it's possible.
Yeah. Okay. No,
Like you
I'm kind
can't,
of with you.
right? I mean, the chefs like in these days they believe. See, I think the social media have been basically changed a little bit the industry of food, and everything's looked fantastic. Everybody concentrating in the social media, but they don't know the base. When they build up Burj Khalifa, they first start with the base. They don't go to the roof, like all the way down. They go from down all the way up, correct? Then as a chef, if you don't know the basic standard culture, inspiration and recipes for a classic cuisine for Greece, for Japanese, for Indian or anything, how you can create fine dining dishes? How you will do that?
It's so true. We've all had, nights in restaurants where you really look forward to the dish.
You go
and
to the
it's
English
come
restaurant,
over
right?
and you think,
You're English.
English restaurants, what are they?
But I will answer you the question.
Sure.
Did the people these days, like you're going to the English pub, did they know what is mean Sunday roasty? Roast potatoes,
it's like
a
anything.
meat. When you go to UK, right?
Yeah,
you sit down to the grandmother is cooking for you. It's like fantastic, the food. Then you go here and everybody like, oh, what do you do? I do English cuisine. I'm like, did you know anything about that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, and I think that's a very fair point. It's the thing that English food is much maligned for a good reason as well. But a really good Sunday roast dinner or a really good fish and chips, very simple stuff. But when it's really good, it's really good, and I think that applies wherever you go in the world.
But it's simple for who?
That's the thing. Well, ostensibly it's simple because it's not fine dining.
Correct. This is the reason basically I'm not hiring a chef, who is coming to me and they believing in they will create the most fine dining dishes. I do have a chefs where they come to me and they say, okay, do you know how to cook, let's say if you're a Greek nationality, do you know how to cook lentil soup? And they're like, what? I'm like, listen, you are not going to create my dishes. Yeah. I will teach you my dishes, but do you know the base?
Yeah,
An Indian chef, do you know how to make biryani? He's like, no, I'm like out, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But then, in this part of the world particularly, a good lentil soup is very hard to beat.
You need to know the base of the cuisine.
You do. I was thinking last night, just making a few kind of mental notes and writing some points down, thinking, right, talking to Chef Speckles tomorrow, what do I want to ask him? And then I thought, the final question is, I'm going to plead with you. I'm kind of begging, but, nicely. Could you please introduce, and I don't know if you're going to be doing like lines of, food that may go into supermarkets, but real Greek yogurt. You know the yogurt that you don't spoon it, you have to slice it with a knife and add the honey and maybe pistachio. And I was thinking, and I thought, hold on a minute, I've got an idea for you. So let me put this to you. How about Dubai yogurt? We've had Dubai chocolate. We've got Abu Dhabi chocolate. How about Dubai yogurt? Like a Greek yogurt? You're not very inspired by my idea, are you? I don't think it's going to work. You're thinking about it.
I will tell you,
you're going to adapt it straight away, aren't you?
I will tell you about this idea, basically. Like, we thought a lot of times, to create, things like that here. But the milk insource, for the real Greek yogurt, it's from the sheep and the goat.
Okay, it doesn't work.
But basically here, we don't really have, we didn't reach the level, to have growing, farms with the sheep and all this. I mean, we do have the yogurt, it's coming from, we have the Dubai, they have the yogurt from different brands here, where you go to eat and it's not really coming out correctly because the fat of the milk of the cow is a way less of the sheep and the goat. This is the reason you don't have this basically here.
I know.
Then
it looks
maybe
like
it's something in the future.
Well, I was thinking, it's actually a slightly more serious question than I intended it because, there is an opportunity here, is there not, for somebody like you doing the things that you do to get into, food production, specific kind of foods, I guess, not just importing, olive oil or olives or whatever it is, but there's, the creative aspect, I suppose. Is that interesting to you?
It is very interesting to me. And basically, I'm from an area where we have the best feta in Greece. And the biggest manufacturer of feta in Greece basically is in my village, where they do still with a traditional way and they export all around the world. And my area is like 80% of farmers, but basically we grow up like this. I grow up like this. I know how you make yogurt. I still smell, like basically the room, in my room where it was heat, and like you have to just take the milk and cover it up with extra blankets and all these kind of things. And my mother, she would take from there and she would strain, and I'm like, oh my God, I still have, like the memory of the smell, in a room, because this time, like we didn't have like a factory or whatever, then we have to do at home. But a good Greek yogurt from the cow can be done, and maybe I'm thinking about that now, because we do have like two different of ways, right? Like the cow, like yogurt also can be very good, because now you remind me also a memory where it was really, really good, like then you're mixing and et cetera, et cetera. But I think like we're gonna think about that. I mean, we have like some nice.
Well, do you know what? You can have that idea for free. So there you are. That's another bonus for being at Mira Business FM this morning. Look, we could.
You see, example, like something hours. Amazing, like you part of this country and this community, right? Then you even with what you say now, like even the listeners, they can use the idea, and they can basically go through, like to inspire what you say. Then if you go to Greece, like, and you talk with someone, or you go all around the world, he will not go through, like to give the ideas like this, because the people use ego. But in this country, we like, I think all of us, we are part of ego of success of the country and growth.
That's actually a nice way to put it, because I think there is a great deal of truth in that. But there is, and it's a nice place to end as well. Let's face it, Chef Spekels, chef, restaurateur, culinary ambassador, CEO, entrepreneur. There are a million other things. But you know what? I've really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much, and I hope all the success, because I know you just started here, then I hope all the success and any support, we'll be more than happy to support you.
It's been great to talk to you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.